Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the show on this Tuesday evening. I hope you're all doing well. Double check the date. It is Tuesday. Abs is here. Darla is here. John is here. Grace, Eric, Garrett's in, and Edward is in as well. So here we go. And check anybody else that missed. Yeah, I know obviously this is causing a lot of noise and confusion, but that's what you get. I just checked it out there myself. So we'll have to go to the usual, do all the usual, wait and see who comes in, wait and see what happens. So yeah, we obviously have the conflicting reports, shall we say, from multiple journalists, being quoted obviously by the aggregators, the aggregate accounts, so we can go through it quickly. According to Simon Jones from the Daily Mail, as it stands, Liverpool are unlikely to pursue the interest in Mbaye despite exploratory talks. According to Ian Doyle, Liverpool have been looking at Mbaye, but as it stands, they're unlikely to pursue their interest. And according to James Pearce, Mbaye has also been discussed, but senior figures insist the interest has only been exploratory and strongly dismissed suggestions that personal terms have already been agreed. So over to you, Fabrice Hawkins, I suppose. I'm expecting something along the lines of that, but it's very interesting to see all three quotes come out at the same time. And we've also got news on Kieran Morrison is probably going to go out on loan. James McConnell is not going to go out on loan. There's a bit of movement on those kind of things. But like I said, this is obviously the big one that's breaking out there. Again, if you are new, do subscribe. If you haven't hit the like button, please do hit the like button. Try and get up to 50. Garrett, what else we got? Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's up to everybody. Just, to whether you believe these sources or what you put in them. As much belief you put in them, really, it's up to everybody to do their own thing that way. But I'm not really going to get too upset about it. If they looked at this guy and they decided no. Okay, I did think it was a bit of an unusual one. As I said, he's still only 18. He's not the kind of Pierce got to be the worst, never gets anything right. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? We'll have to see. The journalists are what they are. No, sure, Romano's never said a thing about it, John. Romano's never said a thing about this, really, other than that they can't afford both. That's really the only thing I remember him coming out with. Doku injured. Savinho might have to stay. They might even go even more for Barcola or for Gakpo. Should work out well for us. Well, the weekend's gone through, so yeah, this is just this coming out of, I don't know why it's just all started coming out around 40 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. All these different guys saying that this deal is not going to go through. So just also that we got the news that Rio Gamoa has signed a new deal, or will be signing a new deal. So obviously you have your conflicting reports. You have this from RCM. This is earlier today from RCM Sports. Mbaye to Liverpool is progressing quickly, but Liverpool is not expected to push for the winger. And then we get to this. So this is, as someone was saying, classic transfer shenanigans, really. Erica saying drama, drama, drama. So is it on or is it off? Yeah, exactly. I'm sure Fabrice will have some news for us now. So will clearly come out and probably, I'm assuming, come out and contradict this. But everybody hates a journalist when they give you the news you don't like. So, you know, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Which of them is right? You know, will it be Fabrice? Will it be James Pierce? But it does seem to be very much the French outlets like RMC and Fabrice Hawkins are pushing that this is going to happen, and then you've got the more playing it down English journalism. So obviously there's something happening there in regards to that. You get two different opinions going on. I didn't. What do you believe? I don't know what to believe with this one, man. I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know which. I don't know. To be honest with you, mate. Bit of a weird one. They've only just come out and started this pushback on it now. So it could be that they've decided to pull out of the deal, and now they're trying to push it that they weren't actually that interested. Maybe they were. Maybe, like I said, the only thing that Romano really said about it was a couple of weeks ago. He said Liverpool can't afford to buy both. Weird. But maybe we looked at it. Maybe we're just looking at this and you know, people got word of it. And maybe we decided to pull out of the deal. I mean, would people be devastated if we got Barcola but we didn't get Mbaye? I don't think he was the difference maker for me. As long as you get someone else. Like I said, he's still a very young player. We have this madness with Musiala going on in Germany, collapsing on the pitch 5 days after he collapsed on the pitch, and they stuck him back on. So this is, you know, this is basically the whole thing. It's you've got English media reporting one thing, and you've got French media reporting something else. I'm sure. Why would Pierce? I mean, yeah, I did. I watched that video, Edward Pythagoras in Boots video. I don't know, as Ian though an Arsenal fan, but I gotta say, I don't think you can kind of go out and just. I won't get into that, but let's see what else we had there. That crazy Musiala thing. But we have some news, obviously, with Rio about to confirm and sign his 5-year deal. Turns 18 as well. First proper deal. So it's something news today. So if we had Rio and we had well, no, but I think I wouldn't mind it if we moved for someone other than Mbaye, you know. As long as we've got Barcola, we get someone else. So, and Newcastle are in talks to try and buy Nico Gonzalez to Newcastle from Man City. So, I mean, we should have a look at that guy if we needed a midfielder. He's decent, right? So I'm just double checking in case there's anybody else coming there with something on that one, but no. Ollie, how are you? Yeah, well, it's just classic conflicting reports, Ollie. I'm gonna say you've got three: Simon Jones, Ian Doyle, and James Pierce all seem to have come out at the same time and said, basically, as it stands, Liverpool were looking at Mbaye. It was just an interest, but they're unlikely to pursue that interest, and they've dismissed terms. They've dismissed reports that personal terms have been agreed. So again, it's like I say, you've got the French media, the French side of things saying one thing and the English side saying something else. And we will have to, I don't know, who do you guys trust? Well, Fabrice Hawkins went in pretty strong on it, but like talking about midfielders, like we've cancelled Jack McConnell's loan. So why are we if we're looking for, if you know, yeah, Hawkins said personal terms agreed and all that kind of stuff, and then you've got guys come out saying no personal terms, just an interest. I suppose we shall see. Can't really, yes, like Simon Jones, Daily Mail. These guys are Daily Mail, you know, and everybody's favorite James Pearce. So nobody wants to listen to anything he says anymore. Apparently, well, evidently. Poor guy, you know. He's just doing his best, I suppose. But anyway, nothing else. So Indicali has been very weird. Read something on Hendrick. That can always change, can't it? I mean, him talking about wanting to stay and all that stuff can always change pretty quick. You know, a couple of training sessions or a conversation with Mourinho, and they decide, you know, actually, we'll let you go on loan, and we still bite on it. Crap, we're not getting that. That'd be too nice. Hendrick would just be too much fun, basically. And yeah, fun things are off the menu sometimes, but no out and out right winger concern you would. They just saying we're not going for Mbaye, but the list gets even smaller because, you know, someone like Rayan would, you know, appear to be too expensive. Yeah, who have Minte, he's injured. If they wanted, that's a couple of people are kind of off the table now, really, aren't they? Kaka, how are you saying just got back saying Liverpool Wirtz needs to be less timid, and Isak's first touch is still off. Hopefully they step up this season. Yeah, I'd expect both of those things, especially Isak. Wirtz has got a huge season ahead of him. Yeah. Don't mention him in here, Dar. We don't talk. We don't quote him in here. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just reading things, man. He doesn't know anything. He's just reading things. So, yeah, I think it's a really, really big season, Cat, for Wirtz. Definitely, I think less timid in kind of every way. Really, just go out and take the game by the scruff of the neck a little bit. You know, he can't physically dominate teams, but like by getting on the ball and by using his pace or using his touch and all that kind of stuff, he should be able to be a bit more impactful. So, but definitely, I would. It's an absolutely huge season for him. Absolutely huge season. You know, the expectation is there. The price tag is there. It was disappointing, I suppose. It was underwhelming, definitely last year. Isak, I don't have anywhere. As long as Isak stays fit, the goals will start coming, and that'll be it. His touch will come back. I think his touch was decent. But you know what I mean? I know that the one in front to go where Gakpo fairly fizzed it across at him. He had difficulty hanging on to that one. But that was hard. That was difficult. Last week will be crazy. It's looking like that. No out and out right winger yet. You know, Evertonian. Did I say that? Yeah. I know, yeah, Joe in, we lost Joe. I mean, we keep losing Joe all the time. Joe keeps disappearing. They keep knocking him out. Yeah, he's. I reckon Isaac is probably only 4 or 5 games away, like 4 or 5 proper games away from getting to being like back proper sharp. He looks about maybe 75% of the way there. Kind of guessing that, but I reckon, yeah, maybe 3, 4 games in the Premier League. He'd be pretty much back up to where he was, which is someone that's capable of scoring a lot of goals, which is what we're going to need. Hopefully, he can score 25 before he gets injured. Don't tell anyone what the time was. So yeah, there is. Yeah, and again, Edward, there's a lot of those things around. Yeah, I mean, to me, it was like I was saying last night. Like this guy is still like, even if he does come in, he's still just an 18-year-old kid. Like, it is still big. It's a big role we need to fill, and he's, like I said, he's not that much older than someone like Josh Albe. He's not that much older than someone like Rio. So still an incredibly young player to come in almost like, oh, that's our first choice right winger. Come in and start, like, again, yeah, there's all that entourage, family, background stuff going on, which again, we can, not be 100% sure on. And mainly agents problem. I think he's with Sissoko though. He's either with Sissoko or Mendes. No, I think Mbaye's with Mendes. Which could be one of the problems. So, yeah, I think Barcola's with Sissoko and Mbaye's with Mendes. Or the other way around, but I'm pretty sure it's Mbaye's with Mendes. So, and I'm just checking if anybody else, if there's any rich replies from someone like Fabrice Hawkins when it comes to that. But again, yeah, Fabrizio Romano is very quiet on the Mbaye stuff. No, he tweeted 2 hours ago, and he tweeted yesterday. So he tweeted about some other guy. Tweet about that guy failing his medical at Sunderland, Metile. So if this deal is off, what do you guys think we do if this deal is off? And if Craig is saying it's off, then you'll know. So what are your thoughts? What can we go? There's no Minte. There's no Christ, who else was it we were even supposed to be looking at? Can't really think of anyone else that we were looking at. No Minte, no Diamande, no Mbaye if that doesn't go through. Who else can we go for? Pardo, more forward kind of thing, isn't it? But again, this could be just the French media are going too early for the club's liking, so the English journals are coming out and playing it down. Could be that, or this was fake interest and people went too far and just assumed we were trying to buy the guy. But I would probably say with the latter, or with the former, that it's probably just the French journalists are going a bit too early for FSG's liking, maybe, and they're getting the English guys to play it down before flipping the switch. And everything changes around. I don't know. But we are in a bit of a pickle, no doubt, which is why I was kind of wondering if there was a way of kind of skirting around it and actually just looking at the right winger market next summer might be more beneficial than trying to do something this year that's actually kind of you know, just someone you're going to be stuck with in 2 years. Um, you say that every year, John. Been saying this for weeks. This talking to, looking at bid imminent Barcola all over again. See, he's getting no one. See, he's getting no one, Martin. That's very yeah. I don't really want to see Munoz on the right. All he's saying. So what he's saying. Hang on, where are we going? This way wants to get Wilson on a free. Ain't much available. He had a brilliant season. Owes the club, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would have gone down very well. Um, I'm not sure it would have gone down very well if we had just gone in Harry Wilson. But yeah, like I said, I would rather, if there was a way, like the perfect way would be to get Hendrick on loan for a year. And obviously that's not, it wasn't perfect for the club. But if you just had some guy of that quality for a year, and then this time next year, the right winger market could be completely different. And then you've looked at it, you've assessed, you know what you've got in your squad. I just want to see Munoz and Barcola off the left. Want to see Gakpo playing for Spurs, and we use that money. Maybe that, Christ, that's 2 weeks. Well, I'm pretty sure he's already turned down Arsenal, Darrell, but what do I know? He was given the opportunity. He was offered the project, turned it down. So can anybody wonder why he might have turned it down? Haven't played against him. I'm not worried about Arsenal coming in hijacking anything. Remember, guys, do it to like if we can get up to 50. I know we're not going to be able to do that with everyone here, but make a big difference because we're getting hammered in the algorithm, as you know, because of our little issues that we had last week. But try and get it back up slowly. That'll really help. You're ready for the Arsenal hijack? I cannot see it. They're trying to buy Yildiz, but Juve will probably ask more than Barcola. I wouldn't be surprised because they're not going to get it again. And Yildiz has been very good for them. Yildiz, young players, just signed a new contract. They hold all the cards. I'd be disappointed if they got him, but Arteta would probably just break him, so it doesn't matter. I mean, they tried to do this club photo thing of Arsenal, Arteta today, like sitting on a chair with all his trophies. Like, it was like they had three charity shields there. There was only 5 trophies, 3 of them were charity shields, and they're making it look like he's surrounded by trophies. Just so cringe. Yeah, I mean, right now he is. Right now he is. But that's a doable deal. If Tottenham come in with the money, I think he goes. Lots of talk that he's ready to work with him and happy to work with him and all that. Well, let's see. If Tottenham put a big bid on the table, I think that might change things. I think the club are secretly would be happy to move him on for a big fee. Happy to keep him, happy to use him, but they would like that big fee. Again, like I say, just my opinion. What do I know? Very little. So I don't. Aaron is here. Martin. Yeah, it's an Mbaye day. Just when you think, nothing from Fabrice, obviously, and I'm sure the French, denials will come out. Let me know if anybody's seen that Captain's movie that they put out, that Captain's documentary. Okay, let's go with what we've got here. So yeah, the club is definitely playing with fire. This last couple of weeks, absolutely, certainly playing with fire. But obviously, this is Barcola is still going on. Everyone expects a Barcola deal this week. Lee Wizkid is in. Now he's out. John is in. Ollie. I can't. Everybody else. That's great stuff. It is such a terrible market. That's why I'm kind of like, I would love it if there was kind of an Araujo type thing that they could do in that scenario, because I can understand it in that scenario. At centre half, I don't think it was necessary to just do alone, but in this scenario, like I say, in a year's time, players like Minte and Pardo and Almala and whoever else they might be looking at will have had a year more, and you can hear more progression, and you can look at these guys. Prices might be different. New players will emerge, and players might be able to move on because of that. Like, just could be a very, very different market. That's the case to talk about. Hendrick would have been so good, such a perfect way of doing it, but you can't always get what you want. But as Liverpool, we don't usually get what we want. No club always gets, no fans always get what they want. But Barcola and Mbaye, I think we got ourselves a bit wrapped up in it, that it was a done deal, and that certainly was never a done deal. But we can never rule out both of them being here when they come back. Yeah, do you remember him? Do you remember when everyone wanted Fofana? He's off to Roma now. He was one of the big names talked about all last. He was Fofana a last summer guy, was he? Well, Martin, especially when you consider if Salah was still here and a week ago the Saudis came in with some insane 120 million offer, we'd been planning to keep him, and he asked for the move and we let him go, then it'd be like, okay, you've got 2.5 weeks to get in someone on the right. You could kind of give him a bit of, leeway on that, but they've known that they were going to cancel his contract probably since, maybe around April, at least March, April, maybe. That time they knew what they were going to do. At the very least, a couple of weeks before they did it, they announced it. So that's a very long time. That's a really long time to bring in a replacement. To know that you're not just so to be sitting here like this. It's this summer has been I think it's been their worst. I know they've had some poor summers before, but they're very good at letting the fans sort of down in one way and then like making good on it in another way. But I think this is, after the winning the Champions League was a terrible summer, I suppose, but this window isn't over yet. But it's really, no real defensive reinforcements other than a loan signing, no midfielders, and no Salah replacement, no new right winger, whatever way you want to look at it. So it's hard to defend any of it, man. So hopefully we'll get a few of the lads to call in or whatever. Anybody that's in the chat wants to call in, of course you can let me know, and I'll put the link in the chat for the Discord, and you can get the StreamYard link there. He's going out with a whimper. It's not great, is it? It's not a great look for his final year. Say I left him in the best shape but again, I don't just blame Richard Hughes. If we buy a player, I don't just give all the credit to Richard Hughes. So if we don't get a player, it's on him, it's on the club, it's on the whole mechanism. So I don't like to play the blame game and just put it on one guy, because like I say, if he I didn't give him 100% of the credit for signing Florian Wirtz. He was part of it, big part of it. Like this, he's a big part of it. But it's the people around him as well. It's the club. How ambitious they are. Like they said to him, you can go out and you can do this, you can spend that. I'm sure it would have been a lot easier. You know, if he had the budget to go out and do things, simple stuff, go out and just buy it, yeah. So again, I'm not just blaming Richard Hughes. I think it's from top to bottom. Well, from him up, basically. I mean, it's not nobody below him really is at fault, but it's from him up. The ambition, the aggression, the lack of ambition, the lack of aggression in the market, and especially when you have a new coach with a new style of play and a new one to play quicker, faster football, and to basically strip the squad and to leave them. I know K-Mac thinks K-Mac thinks we're going to win the Champions League or something because Comas played the other day, and we should understand that that's what's happening and that's what's good enough. You know, fine if that's what people want to go with. That we have Kieran Morrison, no, we don't. He's going to Sheffield Wednesday. You know, we're keeping McConnell. McConnell was supposed to be going to Preston, and we're going to keep him. Why? Because we're short in midfield. Endo is still here. Endo is still here, completely unable to control a football match at the age of 33. He's reactive. Endo is a reactive player, which is fine in certain. He reacts to what's happening. He reacts to danger. He reacts to the match, but he doesn't. He cannot play in the middle and dictate a game of football. And he's still here. Chiesa can barely run around for more than half an hour, and he's still here, and potentially being striker cover for us. So, yes, a lot of people have really let the fans down this year, and again, I think they've made it difficult for the new coach. Like he's come from a team like Bournemouth, and I think they know that he isn't Mourinho. If Mourinho had come into this scenario, he would be banging on the table, demanding players, demanding that stuff gets done. But they know that if Iraola is not going to do that. Iraola is not going to come in and start banging on the table and demanding that we get this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy. So they almost, people want to say yes, man. Okay, but yeah, if you had a Mourinho or Pep Guardiola or something like that, they would be demanding that you get them the players they need. But does Iraola have the confidence or the authority to do that? I don't think so. Alonso would have done it. You know, that's why Alonso didn't end up getting the job in the end. You could see we weren't going to bring in Jordan Henderson and Welbeck. That's the kind of level of input he wants, and he was never going to get that here. So now you've got like I say, Prime Mourinho would be saying, get me a goddamn right back. Buy me a bloody right winger. Get me another forward. We've got no Ekitike for a year. I want to win trophies today. I want to win trophies now. But we're happy to let this manager sit there and deal with a depleted squad, massively depleted in terms of high-end experience. What's Kumas know about going to Old Trafford? What does Kumas know? What does Nioni know? What do these guys know about going to Madrid? Oh, well, you can't find out until they play. Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit. You find out what it's like to play in those places after you play 28, 30 games in the rest of it. You know what I mean? You don't get thrown into those games to find out what it's like, because we need to perform in those games. So we're asking that manager, what do these guys know? Robbo, Salah, they've been everywhere. They've done everything. They've won everything. We want to replace that with Tsimikas and Kumas, Munoz. It's fairly, look, I've always been pro this ownership, I've always backed them because I know grass isn't always greener, and we could have had much worse, really, really far worse owners. Like, they're not that bad at all. They really aren't, but we could have been much worse. But this now recently, if the drift is there and the ambition isn't there and the aggression isn't there to take the club forward, then as we heard today, like, this sale was much closer to 40% of the club than 30% of the club, which, for Mats fans, that's 10% extra, 10% more than we thought. Which is much more significant, I suppose. 30% was already at the upper end of, this idea that they were taking a minority stake. 30% is at the upper end of minority, you would imagine. Now 40%, you can't call 40% a minority stake. Yes, it's smaller than FSG's stake, but it ain't no small stake. So, again, I think a full takeover is inevitable now at this stage. But let's pray they know what they're talking about football. They know what they're doing football-wise. Because we know they have the money. We know they can, help us that way. We earn enough money on our own, but at least to actually realize that they're running a football club, not a circus, not a TV show, not an Amazon Prime warehouse, or whatever it is. This is a football club they're running, and you have to do it differently. And I think this Batty guy obviously knows that. Johnny, how are you, mate? Eric, how are you? Good seeing Eric. I know, sure, we're all sitting here, like you said, 3 years, saying where's the Fabinho replacement? We'll probably be sitting here in 3 years saying where's the Salah replacement. So I do believe, in my mind, that FSG kind of believe that they've taken this club as far as they can take it. No ins, no outs. It's the lack of sales as well. To be honest, it's the lack of sales as well that's really annoying, because there's some guys here that really clearly just need to move on now at this stage. You even have people coming on this show that have been banging the drum for 2 years that these guys are some of the best in the world. They're now saying, oh yeah, he should leave. You even got people saying Chiesa should go that were claiming this guy would be winning us 10 extra points last year. They're saying he should go. People who love Curtis Jones are saying, oh yeah, it's time for Curtis Jones to go. Then you have those people who think Endo is the best player on the world, best player on the planet for some reason. Even they think he should go. Elliot, same with that. All his, biggest fans, and everyone's Elliot's biggest fan. I'm not his biggest fan footballing wise, but he's obviously, top lad. I've never met him, but I'm assuming he is. So, but everyone's like, yeah, look, guy needs to go. Things, some people have been saying about Chiesa and Elliot, Endo now, pretty much from day one, they weren't good enough. Chiesa and Endo, Elliot, different story. But we know they all, and that's two foreign players sold. So you open up a bit of space that way. You get a bit of gone wages, a lot of wages off the books. It's all simple stuff. It's all very simple stuff. Oh, we got Owen there. Sorry.
Good evening, Brian.
Oh, Owen, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you very much. How are you?
I didn't realise I think it was that loud. Yeah, I mean, I was just about to go live, and we get this. Let's see if we get this little roundup, of kind of all of a sudden, out of nowhere, kind of 3 English journals coming out and saying something along the lines of, as it stands, we're unlikely to pursue Mbaye. Talks that were reports that we'd agreed terms were, incorrect. As things stand, it was only exploratory. I mean, that's kind of an amalgam of all the from James Pearce, Ian Doyle, and Simon Jones all seem to have just come out I think I don't know, it seemed like 45 minutes ago and say it seems to be the English media are saying one thing and French media are saying something else.
Maybe they saw that Roman Molina video going around where he talks about Roman Molina. I believe he's the journalist who had to hire like private security and go into hiding for exposing corruption in football. I think it's the same one.
Yeah,
He's
that's his thing.
a
That's his thing.
journalist with integrity. So we should take his word
Well,
seriously. There is a video of him talking in French, but he's saying that basically, yeah, that there are all kinds of issues, especially since the AFCON with Mbaye, particularly his family, his mum and dad, bigging him up, making him, get all big headed to the point where he thought he should have been playing. He thought that he was better than Dembele and deserved to play. And then he put on weight and started drinking alcohol and was basically throwing a tantrum. But so were his parents, apparently. So it was a lack of discipline. And maybe, I mean, what strikes me about those three quotes you've got on screen, Brian, is that Simon Jones and James Pearce both use the word exploratory as if that's the word that's been given to them both. That these talks were just exploratory for Liverpool and Liverpool are pulling out. And I hope so, if it is true that he has been, letting his discipline slide just because he isn't getting
yeah.
it. The
Well, we
no
had, yeah.
policy should be a permanent thing, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, we we definitely, we just, I kind of, yeah, I discussed that before. Not off that video, but he had done another video as well. And like I said, it is his thing is kind of his oeuvre, shall we say, is exposing the greed of agents and exposing. So I wouldn't be surprised if he had to hire, some kind of security like that. But yeah, he did the one he did with Yan Diomande. It actually talks about Mbaye in that as well. As I was saying last night as well, that I know it's more of a kind of a slightly, be kind of a more less professional version. Daily Dose of Football did a great video about Yan Diomande the other day, talking about how what's going on with his agents. It's not as detailed. It's not as it's more kind of. It's a great video, high quality. And again, it's just this guy's got 5 different agencies, down to 3. It's still claimed there's 5 different agencies still claim to have ownership of image rights or commercial rights in Diomande, talking about how he was basically he's being moved by his agents, not his clubs, and this is why he was talking about Musa Sissoko. Well, I think Barcola's gone to Sissoko, I believe, and buys with Mendes, and he's saying Musa Sissoko has a reputation now. He's getting close because he fights for the best club for his player, whereas these other guys that have Diomande have, and these guys are moving players to the clubs to benefit them financially. I mean, big shock, right? But yeah, anybody who does want to learn more about that, definitely would look at those Molina videos, and even that Daily Dose of Football one if you want more. That's one that's a bit more easier to digest. But it's a dark, dark world out there at the moment, especially with kids coming from poor backgrounds. It's not a new thing at all, but it is. You can see it happening. Yeah, the influence of the famous entourage. When you're about to sign the deal, and all of a sudden 6 other guys show up, and they need 50 grand each, kind of thing.
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
It's
You really have to, like you say, that no dickhead test has to be real. It's got to be across the board.
We should maintain it forever. It should be like written. It should write it on the AXA training center or something. Like you are here because you are not a dickhead. Please continue. That way,
that's like a height. There's like height restrictions at Disneyland, something like that.
Exactly. We're looking for a particular age profile and non-dickheads. We need to. Yeah, we need. It needs to be there. Yeah, I mean, it's all. Yeah, it's all true. I mean, I was teaching a scout once. I don't know if I've told you this. Because there's so much money in football, and there's so little money, outside of the extremely wealthy in the entire world. Basically, there's a lot of poverty in so-called first world countries. And the disparity between the rich and poor, the money seems to be funneling upwards. That a lot of people, they do use football as a way, if their son has talent. I say son because there's not the same money in women's football, but if their son has talent, then some parents are just, they pin all their hopes on it, and it's entirely the wrong attitude. I was teaching a scout. I think he's now a scout for Manchester United. I'm not sure, but anyway, based in France, and he told me that he would approach. He's been working as a scout for many years. Incredibly knowledgeable guy, and a lovely guy too. And he was saying that, like 15 years ago, you would go up to a parent and you'd say, okay, well, I'm interested in signing your son for this club. If it was Marseille or Paris Saint-Germain or someone like that, whoever he was working for at the time. And the parents would be like, oh, wow, oh, that's great. And they would be sort of like, that would be it. They would just ask questions like, okay, so what happens now? Whereas for the last 10 years or so, you say, okay, we're interested in maybe, offering a trial to your son at this top club. And they'd be like, okay, is it paid? How much money is he going to get? That's the first question they ask. How much money are they going to get? And these kids are like 12, 11, maybe even younger. And it was just something that was really sad for my student. And I find it quite sad as well. But because of the wealth disparity, there are lots of people who don't have much money in the world. And so they see someone around them, if it's their mate or if it's someone who they really want to be their mate, and they try everything to charm them into being their mate. Like the hangers on. These people exist, man. These people exist. And it's a bit of a poison when it gets into there, because you can't imagine. I mean, I don't know what your life is like, Brian, but I don't know how many people tell you that you're awesome every single day, because it doesn't happen that often to me, and that's fine. Keeps my feet on the ground. I don't go around getting a big head. But if you've got a lot of people telling you how brilliant you are all the time, and strangers when you get famous, like Mbaye is sort of, he would be recognized now in Paris at least. And you get strangers coming up to you saying, oh, wow, what a talent you have. And you're 18 years of age, like he is, or 17, broke into the team, or 16 when he made his debut or whatever. Then you're thinking, like how in the heck are you supposed to keep your feet on the ground? And it's happened at Liverpool. Like, Soboslai is the player that springs to mind as someone who appears to, he needs to be, I don't know, he needs to go to the pub or something and hear what people actually have to say about things that can improve or things like that, just to give him an idea that he's, like, I don't know, you get my point, Brian. It's a difficult world.
Absolutely.
It's a very complex world. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to either. I'm also very wary of demonizing anybody as well, demonizing parents, demonizing, maybe friends or people, maybe just like close family and stuff, that, it's not always just, a greedy family as well. Like, I'm all, like there are, of course there are, but it's not all, because I'm starting to see a lot of that now, unfortunately, online, where it's, typical blah 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 greedy family. It's that, that's also an issue that I'd be kind of sensitive to. but you do have people with poor, like people whose parents just shouldn't be parenting people. That's also true. But a lot of times, like the thing is like, oh, he sends money home. That's a purely cultural thing. All Africans send money home if they're making money. If back to the village, quote unquote, the village, but that's a purely cultural thing. All Africans do that. They send money home. Like I've seen as, oh, this guy is almost being, he has to send money home. He's getting forced to send money home. It's not like that at all. That is a purely cultural thing. As well, I think again you're fighting a losing battle with racists online, but yeah, you can't have people like you say. I think the number one problem is bad agents. I think it's 99% of times probably more agents than the families. Because Diamande, his story is crazy. Like he was taken away by an agent when he was like 15. And these guys, but yeah, you just sometimes you can just hope really that these guys, they have the best people around them. But there's only so much you can do with that, and maybe that's what we look at. And we looked at the scenario with this guy and thought, no. And as I've been saying, this guy isn't some 24-year-old finished article. This is still like he's an 18-year-old kid, which seems to be kind of overlooked a bit. Like he's not very experienced player at all. Like I say, it's it wasn't a ready-made answer on the right.
He's not. He doesn't have the pace for it. He's a very similar profile to Nkunku. I've been thinking about this in the past few days, actually. Like having watched more of him online, I think because he's very, very talented. Sorry, how Nkunku was at 18, like prodigiously gifted, but it doesn't have pace. It doesn't have blistering pace, and I think I wonder if we could do better. I mean, if what kind of alternatives?
But we were trying to talk about it earlier on. We're like, okay, if we take him off, Minte is out if we were ever even interested in him. Ryan, too small a sample size, too big a price. 6 months in the Premier League, 90 million. Come on. Who else were we in? Diamande obviously is off the list.
El Mala?
El Mala doesn't really. There's something going on there with him. He's in the middle of a transfer kind of thing. He seems to be maybe one for the future, but like again, him and Pardo are these are kids. These are totally unproven.
I know one person who watches the Bundesliga religiously, and he dreams of El Mala. He says he would be perfect, but I don't know anything about him.
Sorry, El Mala.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, he's more of a central player that can play wide as well. He's a dribbling machine. I mean, I'm saying, just zero. You're talking about like Pardo, Almala, and the other guy that we're thinking of. Zero experience in the Premier League. All young players. The list is short. That's why, the whole. You were one of the first people to say it. Hendrick on loan and reassess that right winger market next year.
Still the dream.
It's But
Mourinho's come out and said he wants Hendrick to stay. Right? He said he's changed his mind and he wants Hendrick to stay. That was a couple of weeks ago, as I read, or a week ago or something. Did you see that, or was it?
Yes, I did. It was the idea, but I was like, heard it before. I mean, until that window closes. Musiala collapsed on the pitch last week, and then he collapsed again last night.
Horrible
news. After 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the point I was making earlier on. If again, I know it's not what we're doing, but if Mourinho was our manager, came in new. Today was, sorry, I don't know last night. He'd be banging on the table saying, "Where's my right back?" Bradley's out till bloody New Year. I've got only one striker. Where's my backup striker? Where's my midfielder? Where's my winger? Banging on the desk. Yeah, he wouldn't be settling for this, a manager like him. So they brought in a guy in Iraola who Iraola isn't going to be doing any, any of that, isn't he? He's going to be kicking up a fuss. He's not going to be there. He's going to be a little bit, come on now, Richard, we spoke about this and we spoke about that, but he's not going to be kicking up a fuss, is he? I don't want to use the dreaded yes man phrase because I don't think anyone's really a yes man. But this, like, have we brought in a manager like him knowing the summer we were going to have? Is that overthinking it?
I can't say. I can't say. What about someone like, who's fallen off the radar a little bit, like Johan Bakayoko or someone like that? I mean, he's at Leipzig. Only 8 starts, 2 goals, no assists.
Well, that guy we were interested in, everyone wanted us to, well, no, everyone was talking about him last year. Malik Fofana, looks like he's off to Roma. Remember Malik Fofana? When everyone,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Roma is where he's going. So that's another, I just, to me, if I was a director, I'd be like, I know we need to do something, but I would much rather spend 100 million quid on someone next year than spend 60 on, because we never once saw a price for Mbaye, by the way. Never. I haven't once seen him. Ages ago, I saw someone say potentially 40 million, but that was weeks ago. And since I haven't seen a single, I've seen an awful lot of tweets about it, but I haven't seen a single tweet that mentioned a price for this kid. So is he 60 million? Is he 40 million? Is he 70 million? Obviously, that makes a big difference here.
Would you be tempted by Ismail Assar for the right price, obviously?
Wow, that's a blast from the past. Jeez, we were linked with him all the way back when Klopp was here, when he was at Watford, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, he's 28 years old now.
Yeah, he's been around a while.
He seems to be.
He likes to score against us, though. He likes to score against us.
He does. And I like to sign players who play well against us. Even Minamino. People like that. I like it. But yeah. It's not the only.
Well, like I said, I haven't seen a single a single number put on this kid. Like, is he, like I say, I've seen 40 million and that's it. And that was ages ago. So this kid is 35 million. Okay, but if he's 70 million, totally different story. But like, you've got, basically, it seems you've got an England versus France thing kind of going on with the journos, the French journos. I think maybe FSG don't like the fact that all these French journalists who don't need to, bow down to them are just coming out and saying it's done, blah, blah, blah. And so next thing you know, you get a couple of English journals, they get a text saying, like you said, they all got a text saying it was just exploratory because they're using the same language almost.
I like, for me, there's no reason for all 3 English journalists to make that up. There is a reason for the French people to get the impression that the deal, the personal terms have been agreed and then talk about that. There is a reason how that can happen, but then it's Liverpool's call and they're sort of Liverpool journalists. So, I trust James Pearce, despite the mistakes of the past. And Ian Doyle, the fact that there's 3 of them all saying it makes it true for me.
All at this, pretty much all at the same time. Yes, we're pretty much all at the same time as well.
Exactly. So
they could all be using the same source too. So the thing is, we just don't know what's going on, guys. Hope everyone's all right, man.
Hi, Joe.
Or absolutely the same source.
Yeah, it could be the same source. It doesn't mean it's the right source.
No, but it all just literally said exactly the same thing. If you look at they're all just literally the same tweet, phrased slightly differently.
Right.
So obviously they've been told, look, this is, yeah, I mean, the big guys that you've not had anybody like Fabrizio Romano. Like the only thing I can remember Romano saying this was something he did about 2 weeks ago, where he said Liverpool cannot afford, was the words he used, cannot afford Mbaye and Barcola. He's basically said nothing about Mbaye since then. Nothing from these Ornstein type of guys. So, like I said, man, even last night, this guy seems to be getting sold a bit by the fans as a starting right winger for us. He's 18 years old. He's just another. He's not much older than Rio. He's not a ton. He's probably younger than Morrison. He's around the same age as Kumas. So he's still, a younger player with, it's just, I thought he was in over, what's it, not overhyped, but kind of overrated in terms of the impact this guy is going to. It's not like he's another Barcola on the right.
Right. Developmentally, he's ahead of Rio developmentally. But outside of that, I mean, he's still in development, And people are thinking that, from what I'm reading or have listened to today, people are like, oh yeah, he's gonna come in, he's gonna fix the right hand side. Like, is he even gonna start? Like, that's where I'm at with it. I'm thinking if we did get the Barcola and the Mbaye, it'll be Barcola on one side and Munoz on the other side. These guys have to work and ply their trade,
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. It is what it is. I'm fine with it. As long as they. But Joe, we said it there as you were coming in. Okay, Minte off the market, Mbaye off the market, Diamande off the market. Ryan, we're not going to buy Ryan at that price after 6 months in the Premier League. I mean, it's getting. What are we pulling? Like, where's this missing name? Like, I think if we were in for El Mala, if we were interested in Pardo, probably would happen by now. Is there something we don't know about, something we're not thinking about?
I did see a name, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, but I heard something about Yildiz from Juventus.
Probably going to Arsenal, if it goes anywhere.
Okay.
Well, if we could hijack that deal, that would be magnificent. He's a great player.
He could play on the right-hand side, right? Is what I read.
I think so. Yeah.
More the left side of it. He's just signed a new deal. They're going to charge, they will charge Barcola money for him. He's only 21. They've only just bought him recently. They've only just signed him to a long-term deal. They love him. They don't want to lose him. They know they're Juve, but if they're going to lose him, you're going to pay Barcola money for Yildiz. It'll start with a 1. You're not getting him for 85 million. You're going to pay more than that.
He's on 215k a week, apparently. I'll just Google.
He's only just signed there. They can charge whatever. I think they've got him on a 5-year contract. They can charge what they want. So I believe he's more left-sided anyway, but I think he can play across. He's one of those guys, Definitely one of those guys. But I think definitely we've never been linked with him. Arsenal have. Definitely. I think Arsenal wanted Vinny up. I keep laughing, but Arsenal thought they were going to get Vinny Jr. They've been knocked back by Barcola. So I think they've moved on to him. Anyway, not one for us, I don't think. So I'm just worried. A holdover would be great. We want Hendrick for a year would be perfect, and then next season look again at this right winger market and assess it again.
You mean maybe Hendrick on loan is what you mean?
Yeah, you get him for a year. He goes back, and then next year, say we get Ryan for 80 million. If he has a brilliant season again in the Premier League, we say, okay, go get Ryan. It's not 130, it's 80. But I know Paul is here as well. It is at this, Eric saying at this stage, it's almost impossible to think of anyone realistically we can get. It's just, that's the thing. It's just a poor market. There's such a really
Yes,
poor.
it has been for
market.
years, mate. I tell you. The winger market's been poor for about 5 or 6 years, if not 10 years. Yeah. So, could I just have a say on Mbaye? I was watching a interesting video on him and whether he's the prospect that everyone thinks he is from if you've heard of him, Pythagoras and Boots.
Yeah, I
He does
saw
very
I
good
saw the
analysis
video.
of certain players. Yeah, he did a really good piece on Mumbai, and he said he's not the finished article yet that we should be wasting 50 million on. Not by a
Wait, he's
long way.
18.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Well, that's the
Yeah,
whole thing. He's
18.
18. He's never going to be the finished article at 18. So
Yeah,
that's a given. He's not going to be the finished article. Definitely.
yeah,
That's what I've been saying, Paul. People are acting. I'm not saying people
yeah,
think he's brilliant, whatever. I'm just saying people are
yeah.
kind of acting like
He's
if
got a
we bring
lot.
him in here,
He's got.
that's our kind of first choice right winger. Like, he's not. He's still a kid. You can't.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
there's
it's
not
too
enough.
early to decide him anyway. Yeah. I'll carry on, Brian.
But like I
Sorry.
say, Paul, and no one's talking about money. Like that's what I'm saying. Is this kid 30 million or is he 70 million?
Yeah.
Because if he's 30 million, take a punt on him, you develop him for 2 years, whatever. But at 70 million, come on.
Yeah. I've got my doubts about the Barcola deal going through as well. If it was going to go through, it would have gone through by now. Personally.
I've had those doubts, Paul, for a while, man. I still
Yeah.
don't see it happening. But if it happens, it's great news, isn't it? It's great, but
Yeah, but I've been bracing myself for disappointment. I wouldn't say disappointment because I'm not particularly a great fan of his either. But I'm not bothered either way. If we get him, we get him. If we don't, then move on to the next target.
I would like to have him in this. I would like to have that player in our team because we need him, right? So that will only make us stronger. Yeah. But I just think that, it just seems a bit weird, It just seems there's something about it just don't seem right. Like, why haven't we just done it already? Why not? Yeah. Why not?
Should have been done well. If it was going to be done, it should have been done about a week ago.
I keep hearing about this domino effect and they got to get this. But why haven't we operated like that? If that's how big clubs operate, why haven't we operated by getting in our players and then letting go of players that we want to get rid of?
It's been away under FSG or under Hughes. We've never been proactive. We've always taken too long over certain deals or been reactive.
There might be an element of brinksmanship going on. This is the only thing I was thinking.
Trying to get the brinksmanship, mate.
It's just
they're trying to get the price down.
Yeah. Like if PSG sign all the players to replace Barcola, then they're going to need to get rid of him before the end because of to follow UEFA's restrictions and all that stuff. So because they need to, they might drop the price by as much as like 20 million or something like that. And FSG being capitalists, of course, they're going to save 20 million.
Would they just let Salah go on a free contract with 1 year remaining?
I know, yeah, but that's to save 400 grand a week more than anything because they won't recuperate more than his wages. You see what I mean? It's because
we could have got this Barcola guy, and just kept Salah, right? And then and we would have had Munoz. Problem solved. Problem solved.
But that's what I mean. Like as capitalists, they wanted to get rid of the 400k a week so that then they could, work the books that way.
Actually, no, Owen, you're actually spot on. Because you know what?
Yeah, but my counter to that, sorry, Joe, is always, but why not just sell them for 20 million and get those wages off your books?
No one would
20 million?
No one would pay 20 million plus what Salah would be asking.
Well, he's already taken a pay cut on what he was to go to Turkey. I'm pretty sure someone would give. I don't know. I'd find it hard to believe someone gave him 20 million. I mean, Van Hecke. I know he's Van Hecke. I mean, surely 20 million for Salah is that like you're saying nobody would have bought Mo Salah for a fee this year, even if he was prepared to take a pay cut.
I find that hard to believe as well.
With 1 year left on,
but he's moved on a much lower contract. Like he was a free agent, and he's on less than he was at Liverpool.
No, I'm not talking wages. I'm talking about transfer fee. Like if we got to the summer and you were a club, any club, and you were trying to sell trying to buy Mo Salah for your club for some reason because you haven't been watching him play, then how much would you reckon you'd pay 20 million for Mo Salah, an aging Mo
20
Salah?
million euros.
You would? I don't know.
There's a lot of clubs for the. You look at the worldwide audience now that Trabzonspor have already got. I mean, I'm not saying to be, but I would just have been shocked if nobody had bid for Mo Salah at that kind of price. Like I say, especially considering he was prepared to take a pay cut, I don't think we had to let him go for free. Just like you could have got the wages off your books and also gotten in a fee. I would have. I mean, he's Mo bloody Salah. I mean, the guy's a commercial juggernaut. Like, God knows how many. You've always seen people. I'm going to be watching Trabzon this year. I'm going to buy a Trabzon jersey. But they'll get exposure on TV and all that. But maybe. But hey, look, he's okay. No, go on. I'm sorry.
No, but let me just work it out. So, I mean, Trabzonspor, how much are they allegedly paying? Like 300k a week. So, if that's 300 per year, that's 15.6 million a year just on wages. If it's 300.
No, he's on 10 million a year. He's on 10 million a year.
Okay, he's on 10 million a year. Okay, so if you're Trabzonspor, you don't have 30 million to spend, which is 20 million plus the 10 million wages, do you? You can just.
I know we can do it that way, but I still just find it unusual to think that nobody would have given us 20 million euro for Mo Salah. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I get what you're saying, and maybe
I mean, it's Mo bloody Salah.
A bigger club than Trabzonspor is what I'm saying.
Well, I would have thought he'd been at someone. I mean, on a free transfer, I thought a properly big team would have taken a punt on him. I mean, I don't mean Bayern or Real or anything like that, but I didn't think you'd have to go to Turkey. The whole thing is a bit odd for me. The fact that we let him go for free, the fact that he's ended up with Trabzonspor, the fact that he didn't go to Saudi, which is what everybody assumed he was going to do. So obviously he wants to stay in Europe and test himself at a high level, but he's not even in the Champions League. It's an odd one for me, Like Trabzon was not a club I had on my list that he was going to end up at, but yeah.
But yeah, you're right. 400k a week is 21 million for a year. That's how much the club saved by letting him go. 21 million, which is significant.
Yeah, but you could have saved that 21 million and got 20. Or 15 or 10.
If somebody
10 million is better than nothing.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess
I'm sure you could have put it on the market for 10 million quid and you would have had a queue around the block. I think 10 million quid for Mo Salah. But yeah, look, it was a decision they made. I think it was more to do with obviously behind the scenes kind of stuff. Like Copite was saying that whatever he tried to throw the manager under the bus, man, publicly, which whether you like it or not, I don't think he should ever do as a Liverpool player in front of the cameras. So yeah, I think they just wanted rid of him, and he wanted out. And they said, you know what, we'll just cancel your contract. You can go. And nothing more to it than that. He said it. He said he'd fallen out with people. People at the club didn't want him there, all that kind of stuff. Didn't like being dropped, didn't like not playing. So a bit of a toxic kind of have someone that big, that important around your club, that kind of toxicity around him. So yeah. Oh, he's getting loads. Oh, don't worry, he's getting loads of image rights and all that stuff. He's getting loads of that. Like he gets 25% of every mug with his face on it, every mug with his mug on it. He gets 25p. All that stuff. He won't be short a few bob. Don't worry. But it is, like we say, that it's not, Salah isn't our problem anymore, but the problem we have now is the massive hole left on the right-hand side. So that's our issue. It's absolutely crazy what this club are doing, lads, isn't it? When you stand back and look at it, it's absolutely mental what this club are doing.
We're in a statement. I'm worried about the season anyway. In the first place, I think I'm concerned that we might struggle to finish in the Champions League places and probably be fighting for Europa Cup, Europa League, or Conference.
With this squad
There's-
right now,
there's,
we
um,
need a miracle to get Champions League. I think we need everybody to stay fit. And that's the miracle we need. Plus, we have to play in that Champions League this year.
Yeah,
And we only have 111, really. When you look at it, we really only have 111 with maybe one or two, but that's about it.
yeah, 111. That's it, and two others, and three
Yeah.
other players. Yeah,
Then you're at the likes of Endo, Morrison, who's going out on loan.
and apparently I hear that Cody's staying. Apparently,
I
Gapco.
don't know.
The rumor is.
From
Some
any
people try to
reliable
say he's
source, or was that just on Twitter, Paul?
Yeah, it's been that story's been going for about 2 hours. It was recorded in Talk Spawn, first of all. And I also got another outlets as well that Cody's staying. And
Yeah,
they're
to me,
looking at
that makes
Salvino from
sense.
City as an alternative Tottenham. Yeah,
That to me would make sense because we don't have you only a bird in hand is worth more than two in the bush. So this is we have him. We don't have to do any dilly dallying, no contracts. Just keep the guy, bring whoever else in. If you want to get rid of Gakpo, get rid of him in January or summer. Now's not the time. We're too close to game time. Too close, man.
Yeah.
You know? He's gone through all that preseason malarkey, all of that stuff. Just keep the guy till January or to summer, next year summer, and bring who we are supposed to replace him
it
with.
does make sense, even though I've my support for Gakpo is actually dissipated. But yeah, it does make sense to keep him.
I think most of us, I think most Liverpool fans. Actually, I can't speak for most Liverpool fans. I speak for myself. I think for me, last season, there's a lot of players that I've looked at in our current squad, and I think you don't deserve to wear the shirt. There's quite a few of them, right?
I've also got a feeling that Jones will stay as well.
I mean, that one would surprise me. That one would surprise me because all the stuff that's
been angling for a move out, but yeah.
But there's several players in our current squad who, in my opinion, they don't deserve to wear the shirt, man. They don't. They're just fortunate. They're in a very fortunate situation to be wearing the shirt for Liverpool Football Club, Liverpool Red. I think. I mean,
they're not making any particular effort to move these players on, are they? They're not really making any kind of strenuous efforts to move these players on. They just
exactly. McAllister turned up, and you know, we're hearing that he's going again. He's going again. McAllister in a high octane team, by the way. I hope he proves me wrong, but I just think that his days are finished. But he's going to get another roll of the dice.
Yeah.
And he's had no pre-season, apart from the World Cup.
Yeah. He's going to get another roll of the dice. Like Szoboszlai and Gravenberch as well. I'm sorry to say this, but I think all three of those players, and then whoever's covering them, they're barely worthy of wearing the shirt. I'm sorry. All of them. Every single damn one of them.
I've never been down with the Szoboszlai hype at all.
Endo,
I've never been down with
Curtis Jones, Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Grab.
Yeah. I mean, Grab. I'm worried about Grab and Szoboszlai starting as a double pivot.
Same.
Yeah, that is concerning for me, and it showed against Como as well. From the highlights I saw,
it showed us against Como. It showed us against Monaco. You know, I think, but it's not good. I don't think that double pivot actually works. But they kept a clean sheet, so that's what we can say. Okay, fair enough, we kept a clean sheet. But let's see what happens on Sunday.
It was down to Alisson making a few good saves and some good defending from
Xhaka the first
and Van Dijk.
Right.
Yeah. Apart from that.
Yeah. So
I know. I can't do that. You have to include everybody. It's not like, oh, we only won because he scored. It's we kept a clean sheet. Look, everybody played a part in it. If they hadn't done certain things, maybe other opportunities would have happened. They're not good. They're not defensive midfielders. Gravenberch doesn't really seem to track runners. Doesn't seem to be willing to
Yeah,
track runners.
that's what
Hasn't been
happened
for a
against
long.
Bournemouth. Yeah,
Well, look, I've been saying this since we were winning the league. The guy's not a six.
yeah,
I've been
I
saying this
agree
when
with
we
that.
were in the league. He's not a number six. He isn't a number six. Stop trying to play him as a number six. Buy a number six. Stop trying to pretend. He got in the team of the season in the number six role, and somehow people just think that the Sky Sports team of the year or the FA Premier League team of the year is a fact. So he's now the best six in England. Someone said that to me. He's the best six. He's the best six in England.
That's delusional.
I said,
Everybody's
what?
playing in the team from the league.
But I said, what do you mean he's the best six in England? He said, he's in the team of the year. I mean, what kind of? I mean, seriously, guys.
Yeah,
Rodri has always been the
unbelievable.
best six in England since Rodri's been in England. That's just the end. That's just that. Um, so this guy is a box to box eight. He wants to get on the ball. He wants to turn. He wants to run with the ball. That's what he's good at. You can see Earol is forcing him to play first time long passes now. You can see the moments he's forced him to. You see that ball hit the pass. He's done it a couple of times now, so he can technically do it, but he's having to be forced to do it.
Yeah.
So you haven't got it. You see him getting run through, and Sabazlai can't tackle. We showed the video on the thing. We've seen it. His tackling is just horrific, absolutely horrific. He gets run through. He gets turned so easily, and
It's
Grav
like
doesn't track as
Paul
much.
Scholes level. It's like Paul Scholes level of tackling, isn't it? Really?
Oh, and so yeah, and what did Scholes do? Just jog back after you. That's Sabazlai. He doesn't know, like he doesn't have that ability to win the ball. But is he a ball winner? No. Is Grav a ball winner? No. But we need someone that can win the ball and use it.
Use it, yeah.
So, like,
And that's why I'm so angry they haven't gone for a midfielder. I mean, fucking hell. What are they seeing and what are they seeing that we don't see? You know what I mean? That they can come to the conclusion that we don't need a midfielder. I think it's lunacy.
well, it's been going on for
It's
3 years now.
It's negligence, mate. Criminal negligence that I haven't, you know.
Yeah, but I'm with Owen. I do believe that they think they have Barcola. Now they're playing chicken. I'm not saying they're right to do this. I'm not defending them, but I'm just saying what I think they're doing is they believe, like just like Marquee, but the whole can't replace him thing won't come around.
Yeah.
They've got Barcola.
Oh, about it,
Barcola
isn't it?
is
Yeah.
coming here.
Yeah.
Barcola is coming here. But I mean, they've already got their Barcola replacement. I mean, Gahey fell through because they couldn't get their replacement. So, but they've already got their replacement. So I believe they think they've got Barcola in the bag. He's refused. He's done the whole only wants to join Liverpool thing. We've got a deal agreed with him. They need to sell. We're comfortable waiting, and we believe the price will come down. And the price apparently has already come down from 145 to 120. So I think that's exactly what they're doing. It is risky, yeah. I'm not defending. I'm not saying they're right to do it. I'm just saying what I think they're doing. And they're thinking, yeah, we're not going to be rushed. We've got this. They're saying 160 now. Wait till they buy this guy and they buy this guy, and then 2 weeks. And so, okay, yeah, we got us. Okay, yeah, the 160 was right. Let's talk at 120. And yeah, I suppose they're right to do that, but they are. It is a risky game. Of course it is. But I think they will. They were right because you had all these people out there saying, "Oh, 160, I wouldn't pay that." Yeah, and that's FSG are saying the same. Yeah, we're not going to pay that. We'll get him for 120. Just give us time. Let's get this up, and we'll get him for 120. Which is a fair price. Double Champions League winner, attacking 24, French, blah blah blah. I think 100 in today's market, that's a fair price.
Yeah. I just got an update on Mbaye from an outlet called Anfield Watch. Apparently, Liverpool have denied any agreement with Mbaye.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying all night, dude. That's the story. Yeah, that's the story.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was an update, but I didn't know you guys
But
actually
Anfield
knew.
Watch, he's aggregate. Anfield Watch is just aggregating what the journalists are saying.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
This is you got Simon Jones is saying as it stands, it's unlikely to pursue with interest. Ian Doyle saying Liverpool have been looking at him, but as things stand, they're unlikely to pursue. James Pearce has said he was
I think they
discussed, but
watched Fabregas's video. Yeah.
yeah, they were saying they discussed him, but it was only exploratory to date, and strongly dismissed suggestions the personal terms had been agreed. That's what James Pearce said, and that all came out today about 6 o'clock ish. A kind of a mass denial of it, but I say Anfield Watch. Ben, it's a great channel, by the way. Go and watch Anfield Watch, but it's not like he's reporting that, as I say. But then you got like this. You got this from only a couple of hours ago. RMC Sport and Mbaye Liverpool is progressing quickly. So it seems to be the French side and the English side reporting either sides of that story. So yeah, they have Garrett. Like they've got their players in, man. They've got their players in. That's why I think everyone knows Barcola will happen. Barcola will happen. And I have no problem with them getting them for that cheaper price.
Yeah, I mean, on Barcola versus Gakpo, for example, I can hear someone's TV in the background. That's better, but yeah, Barcola. I was looking at goals at plus assists per 90. Okay, Gakpo's best ever was 0.71, which was 3 seasons ago. Actually, the season when we won the league, he went down from 0.71 to 0.65. And then last season it was 0.39 for Gakpo. Whereas Barcola, this season just gone, is 0.62, but the season before that was 0.99. So we had a bad season last season by his standards, but 0.99 the season before the 24-25 season, when he was given much more responsibility, he was absolutely on fire for a lot of that season. So those are the kind of numbers that would justify a massive fee and justify, just being given the confidence and being given the time to play in red. So let's hope we do get that done. But then, we need 6 more players after that, in my opinion. But I think Barcola is such a big upgrade on Gakpo. It's my point.
Oh God, it's clear and obvious. Yeah, but it's also like the mixture, because he's quite similar to Gakpo. In terms of he's an in-behind runner winger, as opposed to Rio, who wants the ball to feet. The dictionary. He wants the ball to feet. He wants to put his foot on the ball. He wants to stop his man. Wants to dribble him. All that stuff. Whereas Barcola and Gakpo wants the ball played in front. Like Gakpo can't beat a man from a standing start 9 times out of 10. He did the other day, and people pointed out, yeah, show me 9 times out of 10. He can't put his feet. He wants to be running and run onto the ball, whereas Rio will just stop a man. And Barcola is like a much better version of Gakpo for me. He wants to play the game the same way. Quick runs in behind, onto through passes, minimal touches, and shoot, cross pass, whatever it might be.
I disagree. He's much more unpredictable than Gakpo, though. Much more unpredictable.
Oh, well, again, I mean, I mean, in terms of the whole running in behind winger as opposed to the ball to feet type winger. He's not. I mean, him and Rio. To me, anyway, I think they're completely different profile-wise. I see Barcola and Rio as completely different players, but Barcola more in terms of that's what Gakpo would like to be, would be a Barcola, as opposed to Barcola is Gakpo. Maybe not, but just the way they want to play the game, I think it's it's clear to me. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I see when I see Barcola as that kind of running in behind winger with pace, and Rio is slightly different, and I like the slight difference in the way they played again. But obviously they're both left wingers, and Gakpo's a left winger, so there's a lot of similarities. But obviously, yeah, massive. Probably Gakpo's finishing used to be good. When he came in first, his finishing was good. And his finishing is still good when he finishes. But it's just obviously doesn't happen really that often enough. And he's looked decent in fairness to him. He looked decent in that Como game. So I'm kind of thinking when I'm watching him, not that, he looks good here. I'm thinking, yeah, can you imagine if we had a guy that does this but is better? You know, I think if he had to stay, then I think we could probably get a tune out of him in some games. But I wouldn't want him to start.
I reckon he's good in an Iraola system. He's good for like 12 goals a season. Gakpo, he can have a really good season, much better than last year. But yeah, he has to stay fit, and I think Iraola will get a lot more out of him because he'll have more support. He won't be as isolated.
Yeah, I do think that's one thing that leans in Gakpo's favour, and that's his health, his availability. And
yeah, he really gets injured in person, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the good thing. I do think that last season, a lot of chances that he blew, he was under the cosh from everybody, including myself, about his ability and him actually getting us over the line. But I think it was compounded with the other stuff around it, the slot, the system and all of that stuff, much like every other player. Now, if McAllister's getting another chance, I can't complain if they're going to give Gakpo another chance. I just can't. Because as far as I'm concerned, McAllister was the worst player in a Liverpool shirt last season, hands down. Closely followed by, what's his name? Salah. So, I don't know, man. It looks like we're going to be going again with the same kind of squad. We're not really getting rid of many. Maybe the Curtis Jones will get, maybe he will leave. But it looks like as if we're going to be having a similar squad.
Joe could be last. It could be a last day job. You never know. Could be done on the last day of the window.
Yeah, maybe like two. Let's just say we get Barcola and Mbaye in. It doesn't really. It stabilizes the squad. It doesn't. It doesn't move the squad forward. It just stabilizes the squad. You see what I'm saying? Like they're gonna have to be playing. The expectation of them to perform at Prem level immediately is very unfair. You can't expect Barcola to come in. This is why you wanted to get him in early so he can find his house and do all that, get embedded in. We're going to bring him in and say, hey, next week you got to go and play against Arsenal. What kind of bullshit is that? And that's the frustrating part of it. Like, it's not so much, hey, the players that we're going for, it's the timing of this. What are we really doing? Faffing about. Just faffing about, year in, year out, squandering windows with a plume. Like, seriously, like the Gahey situation, my Lord have mercy. How much of a joke did we become on that day? Just looking at that and we get nobody? Yeah, man, we've been looking stupid recently, the transfer window. The last three seasons, it's really evident. It's really evident. We haven't been as strong as we would like to have been. Albeit, we did get the Isak and the Verts in, which you have to give FSG and I guess Slot and whoever else credit for, Hughes for getting them across the line. But we just keep getting found wanted. Like we just
It's all the money, though, Joe, isn't it? Like you know, you're thinking like a fan. You're thinking like a fan, and I totally agree with you. And as a fan, I'm like, my God, we're so short, and we're obviously short. But FSG don't care about how we look. They care about the bottom line, of the spreadsheet. For them, if like the game of brinksmanship that we played with Gahey, for example, was all about saving 10 million or however relatively little for us fans in the context of football, that seems 10 million. What's 10 million? You can get a great player like Gahey, bring him in, but it's not our money. And if they're like capitalists to the point of like being tight, never ever spending anything over what they think they're happy to spend, then the upside is that we're run sustainably as a club, but the downside is we're often going to be like short, and as you say, look a bit stupid. I mean, because if there's a profit of 20 million in waiting compared to paying the money early, paying over the odds, then if it was my money, I would probably wait, because 20 million is a lot of money when you think about it. I would wait, and if I save 20 million, I personally would give 10 million to hospital equipment, because
right.
Maybe 20 million for Salah.
Yes,
but also, I understand what you're saying, but when with what you said there about us being miserly, etc., right? Okay, great, fine. You want to do it sustainable? Okay, no problem. I'm with you on that. Okay, like I'm with FSG. If that's what you want to do, let's do it. What was the point of getting the fees and contracts concluded with the player? What was the point then? What was the point? If you're going to go down that lane and you're going to spend time and effort of your scouting team, your director and all that stuff, only say, yeah, we're not paying 20 million. What was the damn point? And this is the thing, this is what we keep doing. It's that. It's not just, it's that piece there. You're putting the time in, you're focused on the player wants to come, you've agreed the contract, now you want to dilly-dally over 5 million. Now you want to dilly-dally, and then all of a sudden you want to scramble around and throw 110 million at Salcedo, look like a clown, then go back to the initial guy who was trying to get, and then he goes, you know what? Nah, I'm going Chelsea as well. Whether he dodged the bazooka or not, that was terrible. And that is just been lingering around our transfers too much, man. It's just lingering. We don't want that. That's why I'm happy to see that the 1892, they took more of the more shares. And so
Michael is asking, are you happy to overpay like Man City or Chelsea every window? If we pay the asking price, we'll run out of money in 3 years.
Who said that? Who said, first of all, to answer the question directly, no, it's not about paying over the odds, but that isn't tactics to not play over the odds. Those are not tactics to not play over the odds. That is time wasting. That is like, what was the alternative? So if you don't want to pay over the odds, you have an alternative, because you know what we need. We had no alternative to the Gahey scenario. None. We just went up there. Okay, well, bye. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, oh, pay over the odds. What do you think these other teams are doing? Do you think that what did they all do? They're trying to compete. Yeah, not saying they have to go and spend 25 billion on bloody whatever have you, but have your alternatives in play. Have your ducks in a row. Okay, guess what? We couldn't get I don't know, for example, we couldn't get Barcola. Okay, great. Yildiz, here we go. There you go, boom, 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 and let's move. That's it. That's how we should be moving. That's how the big clubs move. People want to come to Liverpool. Okay, form an orderly line. Okay, let's see what you can offer us. All right, don't worry. We're going to get back to you. We're going to get back to you. On the side, you're going to go and have a chat with Barcola. On the other side, you're going to go and have a chat with these guys. That's the way I expect things to run a little bit, not just to be all in on one player, fail, and then nobody.
I don't agree that we would run out of money in a couple of years if we just. I mean, and there's also, are you overpaying? Overpaying by what? 5 million, 10 million? I definitely agree. We don't go in and give them the money for Barcola when they say if you want him now. So we're probably thinking we're not going to get this guy for preseason. This the season we're probably reckon that it's going to take until the season is pretty close to starting for us to get this guy. So let's not force it, give him 160 now. That'd be overpaying 160. No one's suggesting that. What is an overpay? I don't think anybody's worth 120 million. I don't think Barcola is worth 120 million. But in this market, I think it's not an outrageous fee. It's probably going to cost you that to get a player like that, because we spent 60 million on Jeremy Jacquet. We valued him at 60 million. Us as a club, we valued him at that and paid it. So what should we expect to get a Barcola for? What should we expect to have to pay him? 80? A Jacquet, a defender that has a year of men's football, never played in England. You want to get him, you want to get a Barcola for 20 million more than that? No, man, he's going to cost you double that, and he should do. So we're stuck. That's what I'm saying. Barn Space has always said it, 100 up front with a guaranteed 20, something around 120 is what we'll get Barcola, and I reckon that's what will be, around 120. And everyone will be happy. They bought Mickey Gotch, they bought Ferran, they've got Cava, they've got Doué, they've got Mbaye. They're pretty set. I mean, they would have liked Diamande, but obviously not. So they've got Dro, kid from Barcelona. They've got a lot of talent there. Like Owen is saying, UEFA FFP is a lot stricter than just the English rules. An extra 10% less you can spend if you want to play in their comps. So even clubs like Paris Saint-Germain got a wheel and deal. Want to spend a bit, you got to bring him in. It makes it a lot easier. So they will sell this guy, and they will sell him for 120. And I think we know, but you are playing that little game of chicken where in football anything can go wrong. But he has turned down Owen. He's made it clear he does not want to go to Arsenal football because he's watching him play football.
Good sign, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a good sign. Yeah, it's a good sign. He's intelligent, obviously. I have to go. Thank you very much, Brian. And
thank you all. Thank you so much.
Really nice speaking with you, as always. And speak soon. We'll see what happens. But I mean, just for the record, I think it's absolutely scandalous our window so far. We're 7 players short, in my opinion. And so, if we finished 10th, it would be a miracle, in my opinion. But we'll keep our fingers crossed that something mad will happen in the last couple of weeks or whatever it is. With the season starting on Sunday, it's madness.
No, I know. Yeah.
Speak soon.
Well, it starts on Friday. I mean, it starts Friday.
Starts for us on Sunday. But the real footy starts Sunday. But take care, everyone. Thank you very much.
Arrivederci, as they say in France.
Very good. Very good.
Arrivederci.
Very good.
Oh man, see you, Owen. Take care, buddy, mate. I mean, is it quiet? You see, today is a little bit quiet, Brian. Is this the quiet before the storm? Like maybe tonight or tomorrow morning, we're gonna see the news. Do you reckon?
I wouldn't hold your breath on that one, mate.
I take a heavy rain shower, Joe. At this stage, I take a heavy rain shower, not just a storm, mate.
Heavy rain shower. Fair. Yeah.
Have you got someone ringing, or someone got kind of a thing going on in the background? Is some kind of no?
I'm cleaning out my car. I'm cleaning out my car. That's what I'm doing right now. So I don't know if it sounds dodgy, but I'm just thinking.
No, it's kind of like diddly diddly dee kind of sound, in the background. Kind of.
Oh no, that's nothing. Nothing to do. No, that's not me.
Those kind of those phones you get in your apartments, those diddly diddly dee kind of phones.
Okay. like someone's like at the front
Well,
door,
most-
like downstairs
Yeah,
or
those
something.
things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those things.
Yeah.
Rafa, how are you? Barney is here as well. Oh yeah. A little bit of
Our Lady B.
correction.
Hi
What's up, Lady
guys.
B? What's going on, Lady B? Your favorite,
Owen will be here this week.
Lady B, how you doing?
your favorite guy, Lady B, is seems to be active at the moment, quote unquote active. Richard Hughes, I'm talking about.
Oh no, don't even mention him.
That guy should never have even been appointed, in my personal view. But
Yeah,
that's
because
just me.
do you know what I
He
thought?
should have never been appointed. He was out of his depth, mate. Bournemouth is a different kettle of fish from Liverpool, mate. It's a different.
I've been listening,
It's like he's been working in bloody pound shop and he's been suddenly got a promotion to Harrods.
I've been listening, and what I was going to say is just try and hold your nerve, because this happens twice a year, and we all lose our minds every transfer window, because are we getting the players we want? Are we getting the players that we've heard of, and are they wafting them in front of our nose, and are they coming in, and do that? And at the end of the day, we've got no control over anything, we just have to put up with what they give us. So that's all I was going to say is, try not to let it affect you too much and get you down, because we just don't know, do we? We're just left in the dark, and it happens twice a year. So it's like Christmas. We should get used to it by now.
I've come to the conclusion I'm going to try to keep this kind of view for about God knows a couple of years until a transfer happens, and I'm not going to be spending much time worrying about it until it happens, until it's been confirmed. I'm just not going to pay any attention to it, to all the rumors, all the talk, and all the rest of it. What matters is what deals are done and when it's announced to me.
Well, that's the thing, Paul, because we never know, do we? Because what's going on behind the scenes at the moment, we've got no clue about. All we do is read the papers or watch what social media says and react on it. But there could be getting 5 players over the line, or they could be getting nobody. And either way, we've got no control over it. Yeah, I know it's annoying, but.
And what the newspapers report is not usually correct anyway. 9 times out of 10, they're wrong. They didn't anticipate the Munoz deal, did they? It came out of nowhere.
Now, do you know, can I just ask Joe and Brian, because they're normally always looking at the Liverpool business end of it. There's 40% that is now being sold, to this consortium. Could the likes of Bezos say it was Bezos, could be the other guy, it doesn't matter who, but out of that consortium, could one of them go to FSG behind the scenes and say, can I buy your 60% off you, and become the ruling owner?
It could, but it all depends on the contract that they have in place. I pretty much doubt it, because if they entered the negotiations, they've entered the purchase with that consortium, they can't just go around the back, because forming the consortium would have their own legalities in it as well. So I don't think that's going to happen. I would very much doubt it. Yeah.
I just wondered.
I would like it to.
Yes, I don't see it's going to happen. But that 40%, instead of, 38%, instead of a 33% or 30% as mooted, people might think that that's tiny, but that actually devalues a club.
Yeah.
So they purchased the 40 or 38% for that same price.
Really, yeah. That's 1/5 of the club, then. That's 1/5 of the actual.
Well, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, we're not worth what we thought we were worth.
Exactly. So it's. I think. Look, it's. I would say there was an aggressive takeover, right? To me, it looks like a calculated takeover, not aggressive.
Oh,
the guys who are involved, they're not just going to be jumping around splashing the cash like they were at bloody Magic City in Atlanta or something. Like, they are just going to be waiting and biding their time. They got the 12 months to go ahead and purchase a majority stake, which it would be what, 13% more, which can be easily done. Easily done. I was thinking maybe now it might wake up some other owners, but with a 38% stake, that's more than a third. It makes it so much more easier for them to get to 51%. Very easy.
But you know, if FFG really wanted to go out as, you know, saviours of Liverpool, who came in and, you know, built the stadium, rebuilt the stadium, got us our trophies, did the accent. If they really wanted to go out as that, as those, you know, like influential people on Liverpool Football Club, they could offer the 60% to the fans.
No, that won't work.
Yeah. It won't happen, but I'm just saying.
It's just how it's structured. The way the company's structured, it won't work. They'll have to restructure everything.
Joe, can I ask you a question? Are there other people that are also going to be part of this consortium? Besides the 3 people that have been mentioned that are now involved, I hear rumours there are going to be more people going to be involved in this consortium.
That wouldn't surprise me, because the consortium is a group of people. Not all of them have to be declared. Their names, not all of their names need to be declared.
That's probably right. Yeah.
So that wouldn't surprise me.
He's K5, like we're saying, Joe. Like K5 Investments is one of the members of the consortium. And K5 Investments is what Bezos is invested in. And so, like, yeah, that's just, so how many people are in K5? You know,
exactly.
Like, Saverin's wife is on the board. Saverin, the Facebook guy, you know, he's not on the board, you know, so there's got to be at least 5-6 people involved in this just now. Could be 20 people for all we know. Right, you know,
new investors as well. There can be new people coming in to add their weight as well.
I don't think. I think basically what will happen is it's like the whale thing. Like I was talking about before. Sometimes that you'll get a bunch of guys like that. Now I'm not saying this always happens, but they'll say, "Right, we want to get a consortium together, and we want to get 30% of the New York Giants or whoever it is," and then they'll approach some guy. Big guy, and say, you got a lot of money, do you want to put in this? And he'll say, oh yeah, I want to put in, but I don't just want to put in at 10%. Let's go for the whole thing, kind of thing. So you can get a guy that can come into your consortium that can, this becomes a consortium that just wanted to buy a bit of the club, to a consortium that like basically a whale comes in. And he's like, okay, let's not just buy some of it, let's buy all of it. So maybe that's what happened when Bezos came in. Or is Bezos just happy to kind of sit there and go, no, it's nice to have this little Liverpool thing on my portfolio, but I don't plan to go full in and that. But I definitely think it is like, I've been saying, Joe, I think FSG are on the way out slowly.
You literally said it when you said it about 5 months ago, 6 months, 4 or 5 months ago. You were saying it. You was like, where are we going forward? And I was thinking to myself, well, I think you're a little bit premature. Why would they want to leave after just winning the league? Why would they want to leave after just spending the 450 plus mil, whatever they spent? Why would they want to leave when they experience the fans, winning the Premier League and all that stuff? Why would they want to leave now? They're putting all this money in. Why? And it's a simple answer. They're getting ready for the books. They're making it look nice and attractive. They're putting the tiles down, the new bathroom in, the new kitchen in, the patio at the back. That's what they've gone and done. So, yeah, I think you was spot on, mate. Spot on.
I just think they probably think they've taken it as far as they can take it. Because they don't have Bezos money, So I just... hopefully, man. Hopefully, when they do have,
everyone thinks that we're going to be buying. Everyone thinks we're going to be buying players now, buying players, because all of this money's going. No, it's not happening.
I was just reading the consortium has an option to buy controlling stake in Liverpool within the next 12 months. But there's no concrete commitment to do so, and FSG will retain operational control for now.
Yep. They have no need to. So they've actually purchased it at below. I don't know what is the actual figure that they purchased. If they got 38%, right? And what is the actual value of the club now? I would like to know. Because they say they spent 150 or 165 billion, right? And they got 38%. If that's correct, then you're going to times that by what is 30. So they got 38%. So then, yeah, you're going to have to do the math. And then, oh my God,
I've seen two reports. I've seen one saying it was worth 4.1 billion. Another one saying it was worth 6.5 billion. So I don't know.
Is that dollars or pounds or I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, it didn't say. It just said a billion.
But yeah, these guys are not going to be like throwing the cash at, the top players like that. It's not going to work like that. Not until they leave at the earliest. And by then anyway, the SQR, SCR, whatever you want to call it, that's in play now. So we've got to rebalance our club. We've got to rebalance like homegrown. We've got to sort out our academy. I think our academy is the biggest, or buying for the academy, should I say, is one of the biggest things that we've got to sort out, because our academy, I think, is dross. I'm not trying to be funny, but like people say, Q-Mass and all that, like he ain't Liverpool level, man. It's like when we had Harry Wilson, man. That's all that's like. You can get us a bit of money in next summer. Morrison, nah, don't see it happening. Just don't see it happening. But we've got to sort it. We really do need to sort out our youth coming through. It doesn't look like as if it's not sustainable for us to keep buying 100 million here, 100 million here for one player. Like, we can't keep doing that.
Do you know, Joe, I'm going to have to disagree with you on one little point there.
Yeah.
I know he's not ready now, Kumas. I know that. That's fair enough. He's a young kid. Well, I don't know. I see something in him that I think he could, if he stays at our club anyway and gets the game time over a period of time and the coaching, I think he could be a big player for us.
Well, I hope so. I don't see it, but I hope so. If he can, then that'd be great for everybody involved, because it's about time we get some guys coming from the bloody academy who are like blooded into the way of Liverpool Football Club, and they're ready to ride or die for the club for the rest of their life. Maybe we might not see that, but at least 8 seasons. Like, at least let's see the next trend. Okay, regardless of how this guy has spent most of his career and will spend most of his career at Liverpool Football Club. That's what we need to be breeding. We need that.
Well, if he does turn out to be a superstar, can you remember this conversation?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And if he doesn't, can we forget it?
But what are the odds, though? Like, and Liverpool's not just a small club. We the size of the club, Lady B. So, for them to really step up and be the levels that we need, it's going to take a miracle. It's going to take it's going to take some injuries as well, and it's going to take one of those youngsters who says, "I want to take this opportunity by the scruff of the neck, and this is who I am." It's got to be a perfect storm. Like when Steven Gerrard came on, what was it? Was it against Sheffield? Who did he come on against? Was it Sheffield Wednesday? What was his debut? I can't remember his debut now. Was it Sheffield?
Remember. He came on and scored, didn't he? Just ran.
Yeah.
And
This is what we need.
Yeah, took about the scruff of the neck. But I think at the
This is
moment,
exactly what we need. That.
But we were talking about. I started to talk about Hughes before, and I think you probably know my thoughts on him. He should have gone long ago. But I just think that there's no rhyme or reason to the way we've been running in the last couple of years in terms of who we buy in the club, what players we're buying and who we're selling. They've, as we keep saying, we're only going over old ground, but they cocked up all the contracts, so we've lost money there, and let players go for nothing. they didn't renew when they should have done. They've gone for big players who haven't really worked out. And with the checkbook that Hughes had, anybody could have bought those big players, as far as I'm concerned. So then you're looking at some of the other players, and yeah, like Xhaka could come good. Leone, he's only a kid, but when we bought him, but we knew he had great potential. But in terms of a balance at the club, have they looked at the overall club and the positions that are needed in the club to make an overall balance, an overall team? No, that's where they lack it for me. It's like we'll buy a superstar here, we'll buy a superstar there, we'll buy a few kids here. But where's the balance? There's no balance in the club.
JK, sorry, I left JK waiting there. I was outside. JK's here as well.
Man.
Hi, JK.
Easy down.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. I just muted your mic there, Joe. I know you're working away, so there was just a bit of a knocking around noise. But it's no problem.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, the ownership thing, we'll see where it takes us. It's not really going to change anything right now, but yeah, I suppose I was just looking to see if anybody else said this, but yeah, I'll just recap for anybody and Jake. I mean, this is the big news, and not big news, but you've got all these journals coming out now saying that hold your horses now, Mbaye to Liverpool isn't a thing. It wasn't going to happen.
You know what I mean? This time yesterday, he's on his way. So what
it seems to be a French journalist thing, JK. It seems to be that all the French journalists are saying, no, he's going to Liverpool. And then you've got all the English journalists now coming out saying, whoa, hang on now, that wasn't happening. So a bit of a funny one.
Yeah, man, this is a new era of football. Who you going to believe, I like the old days, man. Just dropped us facts. He's coming to Liverpool. Little piece in the newspaper, job done, This new world of fucking bullshit everywhere. Like, you can't really get encouraged or feel happy or confident in what your team is about to do, You like, realistically, this time yesterday, them two guys are coming from PSG. It was just like, everyone was like hyped. I thought, okay, cool. Because I said, if we bring them two in, I'm going to feel far happier going like 5 days into the league in 5 days' time. Definitely improve. Now, all of a sudden, we've got this news. So, yeah, I'm sick and tired of this bullshit, man. Too much of this. We waited too long with these signings as well, because these two guys won't even be ready for Newcastle or Forest. They won't be ready for them 2 games. Just waiting around. It's not good.
But if you wound this channel back to Christmas and you wound it back to last season, we're all having
well,
the
you
same.
can't. You
No,
can't
but
because I had to delete all the videos.
Well, you can't now, but like these conversations, we were having the same thing. We were all as miserable, and that's like you're saying, JK. With all this, bull that's going on at the moment, and all these people coming out. It's a bomber. It's happening. Is this something?
Yeah.
We get taken on a magic carpet twice a year, which a lot of the time goes nowhere and earns them a fortune, and it just stresses us out, So I've actually switched myself off from it. I just think when it happens, and if it doesn't, then I'm not overly invested in somebody, because we're getting fed a load of rubbish at the moment.
Yeah,
and
Bellingham was like, for me, the prime example of that. How many years did we have heard that guy's name? He's coming to Liverpool.
Yeah.
And he ends up at Real Madrid. Yeah, things happen like that because Real Madrid, might be a bigger club and stuff like that. So things can happen. I understand that. But who were these journalists telling us he's on his way from Dortmund to us? It was just like all these journalists still.
The one club.
Paid.
The one club, JK. You can have all your blah blah blahs lined up. The one club you don't want to see walking, pulling up in the car park is fucking Real Madrid. Sorry, pardon.
Yeah.
That's the one club that can just, these guys, it's very hard. Like, you always hear these players say, like, no player in the world can turn down Real Madrid. So, you do all the work on a player, but I think, like, we're still up there.
Definitely.
Just one or two clubs, but,
Look
we're
at
still
Wirtz
up
and
there.
Isaac. Like, for me, Wirtz, He's a primary example. I think Wirtz came to Liverpool because Salah. He was a big fan of Salah's, and we just won the league. That brother could have gone to any club, and I mean any club: Bayern Munich, Real, Barca. He could have gone to any of them, and he chose Liverpool.
No, City went from. They found out pretty early that he wanted to go to Liverpool, and that's why there wasn't a big City thing because they found out early that he was coming to Liverpool. He could have gone there, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I say to fans, need to chill on him because at the end of the day, he chose Liverpool. He didn't have to. He could have gone to Bayern Munich, had an easier number. Here, different lifestyle. He's left his home, where he's from, Cologne area and that, and he's never left there. So this is like a whole new ball game to him. I know people say that's an excuse, this, that, and the other, but everyone's different. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully this season he'll kick on now. But he plays for Liverpool, man. Wirtz does. Come on, that's amazing. You know, Isaac as well. Them two guys. If you told me at the start of slot sort of time with us, he's going to end up getting Wirtz and Isaac, I'll be like, nah, man.
And a league
That's
title.
never happening.
And the league title.
And the league title.
And the league
You'll be like, no,
You said
nah,
this
man.
this guy's going to get, in the next 2 years, you're going to have a league title, Wirtz and Isaac.
Yeah, man.
Come on,
You'll be
like I
like,
say,
what?
history, I know a lot of people don't like the guy now, but history will look back on Slot and go, do you know what? That guy didn't do too bad. He was only there 2 years. He won a trophy. He didn't do too well. They got rid of him. They didn't hang on to this guy for 3 years and let him stink the place up.
Yeah,
You
true.
know, they won a title. They brought in Isaac and Wirtz. He left.
Yeah.
He's not going to be up there with the
Agreed.
soonest disaster managers, you know, the kind of Roy Hodgsons. He's not going to be up there with those guys. He shouldn't.
That's why I
He
don't ever
shouldn't.
really badmouth him. I've heard mans recently even still going on about it. You know, I'm like, leave him alone, man. At the end of the day, he was here for 2 years. He got a 5th and a 1st. You got to take that. He got us 20, same as United. So he got us that. He got us the league title, and for that I'm grateful and stuff. So hence why I've never ever jumped on him. I got a bit tired of his which gears he used to play football in, and that was the only time I realised this guy isn't really cooked for Liverpool because he's playing too slow, and that was it really. And then he also the beef he had with a few players and stuff. But all in all, he got us a league title. Now it's a new chapter. Like Bernadette said, like there's
You
no
are
competition.
JK, right? You are JK, right? This is the same JK. Okay, I'm just okay. I mean, you've been pretty rough on the guy, dude. You've been pretty rough on the guy. And maybe you think, yeah, I'd say in my mind, you've been pretty rough on Arnie, man. You've gone in on him a lot. That's your prerogative, but I just find interesting. No, I'm not calling. Yeah, just you.
Nah, it's
You've been pretty
just
rough.
you know what it was? I think of that frustration of when you spent nearly $500 million and this guy isn't winning games, then you sort of the old school Liverpool fans will get a bit tired of that. You know, when you see a little bit, you know what, we lost 2-1, but you knew that our team's going great guns. It's just the result of that day, whatever. Then you'd be like, you know what, no problem. But it was just the demeanor of his personality came across into the team, and it weren't good for the team. But I've definitely not had a go at him since he's left. I've just left it as it is. I started moaning the champions when the season we won it. I was moaning about him and Szoboszlai. I said, them two guys are a joke at the end of the end part of the season. I'm like, come on. So I had a bit worries then days, but all in all, I ain't got time to go after managers who sort of wanted to do something good, but they couldn't. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, like I say, he didn't come here to fuck up the club, or he didn't come here to do anything bad. It was like this guy. I mean, I know at the time people were like accusing him of, you know, intentionally ruining the club, or some people were so angry. You know, it was like, come on, like, you know what this channel was like at the time? It was a madhouse, absolute madhouse. Some of the stuff people were saying on the open call-ins, it was just. Yeah, people are saying I can't. Well, I know people turned off that. I mean, I know there's people still don't watch this channel. They used to watch it all the time. That don't watch it because of that. Let's say maybe November, December, January period when it was real bad, real bad. It was horrible, man. And I was trying to build a channel. I was doing the call-in thing that was open. Maybe I gave a few too many people. Maybe give a few people too much airtime. But yeah, that was hard, man, to listen to. I was fighting people every night just fighting for basic decency. You know, forget it wasn't even about arguing whether he's a good coach or a bad coach. It's like, can we stop like calling him ridiculous, horrible names and just coming in here and slagging him off and screaming and shouting about it? Just trying to stop that.
Yeah, the number of hairs on his head and that sort of things. You know,
Yeah, I mean, just not even about the tactics, not even about the style of play. It's just like, can we stop calling him an effing blinding C word every 2 seconds? You know, this kind of stuff. That was just
that went good.
It was hard, like it was hard, man. Like, you know, and that's why I get it. A lot of people were so angry. So that the less mature people. But like I said, I think in history we'll look back and say he was there 2 years. He won a league title. They brought in Wirtz and Isaac. That boy didn't do too bad a job. And he got no signings in his first season. New manager, no signing, won the league. I mean, you can't argue with that. Like, that's a good CV, you know. But yeah, it went. But did it go badly wrong? Oh hell yeah, it went really badly wrong. And then he got one more season, and then he went.
Yeah.
End of story.
Do you know what you said before, Brian, about Iraola? You know, like you don't know, he could be like a bit of a puppet. Nobody knows yet. And I think that's what happened with Slot. You know, like I just think that you know, for whoever the personnel was at the club, they didn't like what Klopp had done. You know, and the power that he had. So they decided that it would be a change, and they go back to taking control, and they'd have they'd go more for a coach, and they did it with Slot, and it didn't work out, and they're doing it with Iraola, and no one's sure now whether he's being backed or not, you know, and you know. So
well, that's what I was saying, Barney. I was saying that to you. I was saying if we'd hired quote unquote a Mourinho would be in there now, banging on the desk, saying, "Where's my right back?
Oh yeah,
where's my central midfield? Where Ekitike will be back next year. I know he's out next year. I want to win today. I want to win tomorrow. I want to win right now. Where's my backup striker? Where's my midfielder? Where's my right back?" Mourinho will be in there banging the table. Iraola isn't going to do that.
And Brian, it's no coincidence that when we're talking about Mount Rushmore, that Klopp would be considered up there, but you're not going to see like Slot up there, even though he's won a league. And I doubt you'd see Iraola up there. It has to be a strong manager that the club buy into in a big way. And
That's the Alonso thing, Barney. That's why Alonso didn't get the job, apparently, because he was saying, "I want that kind of control." Like he's got. Do you think we would have gotten Welbeck and Henderson?
No, but I think that type of manager suits us as a club better.
Absolutely, it does.
But
No, like I said, if it was Mourinho,
I feel he's the guy. I reckon.
I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with him, but I'm not saying it's what I'm saying is like they've got a guy in here who they know is come from Bournemouth. He's kind of, you know, he's not going to be demanding stuff. Whereas I'm not saying, if we had a Mourinho, we'd be doing this. It's just they can't handle a manager saying, "Where's my bloody right back? I've got Bradley and Frimpong. Where's my central midfielder?" So they're hiring managers. Like I said, I don't want to do the dreaded yes man thing.
But that's what it's
yeah, they don't want someone who's going to challenge them and demand players.
He said it in a few interviews, though.
He said in a few, but I mean behind the scenes, Jake, I mean, we're really in there fucking banging that table saying, "Where's my bloody right back?" They know he's not going to do that.
Yeah, because I reckon because he just walked through the door. I don't reckon he wants to rock the boat. But behind the scenes,
exactly. No, I'm not trying. No, I'm not trying to put it on. I'm not trying to say Iraola is a bad manager because of this. I'm not trying to make it out. Like I'm just saying, like they picked a guy who they know isn't going to challenge them.
It's different to what we were.
Because he hasn't won all that stuff yet.
Yeah.
Definitely. They know, like, let's bring in someone. He knows he's at Liverpool. He knows what the crack is. You get ball players. You have some input. But, like, we need so much stuff done. And if they had a Mourinho in there, which they wouldn't go, he'd be saying, "Where's my players?" Why you brought me in to do a job here? Take over from that guy, change the system, change the way we play, change the intensity. Where's my players?
Or an
You've sold this
Enrique.
guy, this guy. Where's my players?
It's not that anyone's saying that Iriola's not a great coach. He probably
Yeah,
is,
yeah,
and we hope he
yeah,
will be. But it's just that how much power has he got?
exactly.
And so because we're all left in the dark, he's probably left in the dark as well. So how does he know who he's going to be putting forward for the team? And his expectation on him from the club will be win something. But how can he when he doesn't know who he's getting in?
Yeah, they've taken
Goal
too long.
ratio, red one. Nalante is in as well.
Oh, bless him, Ante.
Lee is in. Red one is in. Zia is in.
Oh, bless
Hi,
him.
Galante.
So many people in. Try and get us. I don't know what we've got. I don't know what we've got. But if you could, everybody hits in now. Could hit the like button if you haven't already. That'd be great. Might get 50. Might push it out there. Like I say, we're struggling. We're struggling, guys. Come on. We need to get it back up.
I checked before, and it's 44 you've got, Brian.
Go on. We can do 50. Come on, as you know, we're getting kicked at the moment. We've had some issues. So come on, 50 likes. We'll get it out there. Push it out into the live streams that it's not being pushed out into. We have to build it up again. We had to. We had to get rid of all our old videos, as some people know. So we're having to rebuild, that kind of presence that it's obviously dropped off since we did that. So we don't get pushed out as much. So again, if you want to have a sports channel, buy me coffee. We're not monetized. Give 30% of your money to Google and give it to me instead. Want to have a sports channel? Do that. Scan the QR code there in the top corner. I know so many people that are here have done that recently. So thank you all so much. We hopefully we'll get it back out there. We'll get it back up to where it was, getting 50, 60, 70 people in now on nights like tonight. Because we're taking a bit of a kicking, but it happens to everybody. We won't complain. We'll just power through it, get it back to where it was. But again, with so many people in here, the most important thing is everybody chatting. It shows that people are engaging with the channel, hitting the like button and all that. We'll push it out again. They won't be able to stop us. Romano can't kill us, lads. It's merry-go-round stuff. Nalante, we've got it's on, it's off. She's on, she will, she won't. What's that thing? What's that thing when you pull the leaves off the thing?
Oh, the leaves.
She loves me, she loves me, she loves me, she loves me. Yeah, she loves me, she loves me not. Yeah, that thing. You're pulling leaves off.
Yeah.
Do you know what, Brian? All you need to do, ask JK to do your a thumbnail. Romano killed my channel. you'll get millions.
God no, I've only got
views.
one shot left, Marty. God no. Last time.
Legal assault on Brian, so maybe not. Romano picks up.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's a lot of noise. That's okay. Our Aaron is saying, Brian, did you discuss some of the negative rumors about Mbappe's attitude and people that's around? Yes, we have, and it's a whole big story, not just about him, but about agents and about this stuff. And I think it's too big to kind of go into. On a channel like this, because it's all he said, she said, and da 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 da, and all of that.
Exactly.
Because we don't know as well. We don't know.
But I think ours is a sort of club where when the players come in, because some of the players we've already got there, we can handle people like that. You know what I mean? Very rarely we get a player in who's got a bad attitude. Very rarely. Can't think of the last one. But all in all, I think when they come to Liverpool, they know there's no bullshit going on here. So act correctly, So it's important. Like for me, he's 18. You know what I mean? He ain't like he's 26 and he's got an attitude like that. If he has it.
And do you know, JK, when everyone else is,
supermarket?
when everybody else is training around him, and you've got Verge there and Ali and all the other young ones who've come in and really just got the nose to the grindstone, he would stand out like a sore thumb. So he's he comes in like that with everybody around him. You couldn't see him acting up, and he's in a strange country. Will be if he comes over. I just think the club will do what they've done with everybody else. They'll grab them in. There's only been the likes of Balotelli, the odd one here and there, who hasn't really fitted in, is there?
I don't know. Bruce is saying, genuine question, why do you care about likes, etc., if your channel isn't monetized? I mean,
Oh my!
The more likes, the
oh
more people can see
wow!
your channel, bro.
Have you
Program.
been on YouTube, Bruce? Have you seen how content creators do YouTube? I mean,
Have you seen how it works?
exactly, Lady V. Oh my lord, Brian. I mean, I'm not gonna.
no, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying is like, if you, no, I get the point he's trying to make is like, well, if you don't make any money from it, why do you care if it's popular or not? Probably what he means, which is a fair enough question, I suppose. That's
Yeah,
fair
I
enough.
do.
Not really, because at the end of the day, you put it on and
I mean,
people
that's
like
me.
it, people don't. Yeah, that's for you,
For me,
Brian.
it's
Isn't
like the more likes you're
Yeah, I
gonna get,
suppose
because
it's,
it just makes your
why
channel
do I
popular.
care?
You know what I mean?
Like, why do I care? Is it because I want it to be popular?
Successful.
I want it to be popular, I suppose. But he's saying, yeah, he wants to be successful. He's saying, but it's not monetized. So it's a fair
No, but what-
question.
You can buy a
But-
copy. You know what I mean?
But if you're putting your time into it 5 hours a night, some nights for everybody, you don't want to get like 2 likes, because otherwise you're
You know
going
what
to
I
have
mean?
a crisis, aren't you? And think, what the hell am I doing this for?
Now you just want them numbers to be higher, the better. You know what I mean? And then with that, like people in different countries be like, "Oh, well, yo, this guy's got 5,000 likes on one show. Let's have a look." That's it.
Exactly.
It's just marketing, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you're relying to pay for all your costs like StreamYard, everything, on Buy Me a Coffee, the more the more reach the channel has, the more chance someone's going to buy your coffee, and your costs are paid for, and you can sit for hours every night doing it.
Yeah, well,
knowing that-
it is technically, it is, what would you call it, somewhat monetized. I don't get AdSense, but yeah, you can pay me to do this if you want, but it's, yeah, I suppose, no, I kind of get what he's saying is like, why does it matter if it's popular if you're not making money from it? Because some people think like, well, you're not making any money, so I don't know, but
No, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of
you
content
want people
creators.
to like what you do. You like people
Yeah.
you want people to like what you do, I suppose. Or else you feel like a dickhead doing it. I don't know.
Yeah, but it
I wouldn't
depends
care.
on like who the content creator is, what his agenda is. Is he making football shows so he can get his message across to other Liverpool fans, and so they can all stay sort of cool, happy, whatever it is, or is he just doing it to get a paycheck and that? And for me, I don't really give a fuck damn about that. But if it comes in, fair play. That's as simple as that. But don't let that be your main initiative to do it.
Yeah.
No, but it does matter when you go from having 2,000 views. Like I went, I think 10, 15 videos in a row with over 1,000 views, and then dropped off big time, like 200 the other day. The lowest in ages, 200, 400, 800. And like that does kind of affect you a little bit, You're going from, hang on a minute, well, we were doing this, and within a couple of days, yeah, that affects you, I suppose. You do want to see, like,
I
if
know what
I'd
you
only
mean.
ever had 10 likes on a video, I wouldn't care if I never had more than 10. If 10 was the most I'd ever had and 100 views the most I ever had, I'd be like, wow, that's great. I get 10, I get 100. But it does kind of go, yeah, you do like to see. But the main reason I ask for likes is because if you hit 50 likes on a video, YouTube is more likely to put it into people's live stream thing. Basically, 50 is like a trigger for that. So that's the main reason I do that. Yeah, but buy me a coffee, for fuck's sake. Stop asking questions. Buy me a coffee. Only if you can afford to do so and you're comfortable doing so. Obviously.
Stop being
But, yeah,
modest.
like that's the only thing. Yeah, but as you know what it's like when you're doing a show, and it's like, oh, it's great, and then a week later, it's like nobody's watching. Like, what did we do? You kind of feel, what have I done wrong? You get that kind of thing, What have I done wrong? Why aren't
You know
people
what, as
watching?
well, though?
Yeah, but
Go on, Neil.
No, go on, JK. No, JK nailed it in the head. It's like you do what you do way, and some people come, some people will disappear, some people come back, it's delete you. Like there's other content creators, and I'm not going to name names out of due respect. JK knows this. and yourself that are desperate for the fuse. They're desperate to then get their ticket to Anfield, and they'll buy. What's the word? What's the thing when you buy? Is it like when you buy likes or whatever? What's it called again? That thing when you buy subscribers or whatever.
Oh
It's
yeah.
called buying subscribers, basically. Yeah,
Or whatever,
it's called
yeah,
buying like
exactly.
it's
Exactly.
called buying
There's
like
some
paying for subscribers.
exactly. Yeah, that's it, Brian. So some are desperate, and I'm not going to name names out of due respect, but some I've seen have done that for the limelight. They're desperate for the views and that YouTube platinum pack. And there's some like, for instance, Self even 12, probably gets low views than a lot of Liverpool content creators. He puts a lot of work in, and there's a solid base. There's a core solid base. So, I think what it is, you come into it, and like JK nailed it, you just put your message across. If it goes to this, it does. If you don't, you don't. But the more you do, you always get a solid base, whether it be 50 or 1,000 or 2,000, and that's it really. It's because at the end of the day, all about it is the love of Liverpool, and we're all discussing. We all got different opinions, different races, etc. And this is it, and we're all football people. So
Yeah,
yeah.
and you know what it is, Nante? It's the tone. Well, you got Brian, you got 12 and Fozzy, and that. What it is,
Yeah.
we're all Liverpool fans on these channels. Other channels, they've got a Chelsea guy on there, a Tottenham, a United, like a Bombay mix, man. So no wonder there's just pure chaos on that. Pure chaos. And when you watch that, you're thinking, are these guys mature? Or like, what are these? Like teenagers? What are these people? Our channels, everyone's a Liverpool fan. Yeah, it gets a little bit heated now and again, but the respect there is mainly always there. There's no taking the piss out of someone. What I've seen on a lot of channels, and I'm thinking, what is this? So that's why we, as Liverpool fans, we've got responsibility to keep it keep it classy. You know what I mean?
Guys, can I just say that I know Brian won't mind me mentioning this, but last night I couldn't sleep, so 2 o'clock in the morning, I went on to Bayesian Red's channel. Somebody, I don't know who it is, somebody's written a song for about Liverpool Football Club and all the players at the moment, like like something you'd sing on the cop or something, but it's a full length song and it's to like a reggae beat, and it mentions them Bayesian Reds in it as well. But it's absolutely brilliant. Honestly, I can't believe it. I don't know who's done it for them, and that. But it's
I think I might have heard it.
Have you heard it?
I think I might have. I was trying to think. I heard a tune recently. I Fozzy done one, like a ragged little sort of tune, and that's pretty good sound as well. But
well, this is definitely Bayesian Reds, and it's they sing about Isak, they sing about Verge, they sing about Verge. All the players get a mention in there, and about Liverpool. It's more about Liverpool Football Club than anything, and then it's part of it. They'll sing, the sort of about Bayesian Reds as well. But it's a proper reggae song, and honest to God, I was really impressed. I thought it was very catchy song, So
Definitely AI.
Well, possibly, who knows?
Definitely AI.
Yeah, we get.
No, I'm not having to pop at the boys. I'm not having to pop at the boys, but yeah, look, use it, But I'm sure, that's.
Unless it was Shabba ranks in the studio quickly, they all jumped in the
Shabba.
studio with him. Shabba.
Go on, bro. Continue, bro. Go on.
No. If someone says Shabba ranks, that's the only acceptable response. That's the only acceptable response.
Shabba.
This is the Shabba Rag Show. Preaching Lady B and Brian. Football's off the agenda.
We need to get Shabba on the show, man.
Shabba.
You do.
Yeah, if you were alive in the 90s.
When everyone says
that,
Shabba.
Yeah.
Shabba.
Oh, classic tune. All right. Sorry. Okay, get me thinking about that tune now. But anyway,
Mr. Loverman, Shabba.
Talk about fucking leaning into the persona. I mean, Jesus. You couldn't get a Shabba Ranks today. You couldn't get in this day and age. I mean, I know there's a lot of creepy guys out there, but you just couldn't get away with Shabba Ranks today. No. Unbelievable. Him on top of the pops. It was just like amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Classic.
Yeah, that little age there where you had all that dance hall kind of stuff. going on. You know, it was just
Okay.
it was a good time. It was a good time in the 90s.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
that song? JK fucking. Oh, sorry, Brian. JK loves that. Oh, we were talking about before. Oh crap! What's it called? Oh, Apache Indian. You remember Apache Indian?
Yeah, Patty Indian. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Patchy
From
Indian.
Well,
that
that is
song was
good.
so big. That
Yeah.
song was massive, man.
Who sang
I
that?
think you've probably never seen again before. He was probably some white guy from London or something. There was a lot of that went on back then.
Yeah,
No, I think no.
Wolverhampton.
He was, oh, what?
That
There's a
rings
guy
a
His name?
called
bell,
Cheshire
actually.
Cat. You want to check him out? He's a white guy, and he is next level.
Who?
Cheshire Cat.
Cheshire Cat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the cat
Check
ran
him out.
toxic.
He did.
Yeah, Boom Shaka.
And he did some Indian tunes and stuff.
No, you know Chester Cat. He's right your way.
Meow.
It's Bernadette. It is a. He's Cheshire Cat. The one this is a Margin's tune. You
Put your
want to
claws away.
Exactly.
sounds
Behave.
of the beater on it.
She is. Rhythm is a dancer. She is.
Rhythm is a dancer.
Jamie Phillips. No, he doesn't. Jamie Phillips does not have. No. Jamie Phillips opens up AI and says, "What's the worst music you've ever heard?" And then he just uses that as his intro.
Jamie Phillips like Spice Girls.
His
Does
intro
it-
is the worst
After
music
bro-
I've ever heard.
Haven't they brought something out now that all, especially on YouTube, it has to say AI at the beginning of it because everyone's buying into the AI songs. They're brilliant, like me.
Well, no, they have to put it somewhere in the description, or it depends on YouTube. It has to say it on the title, or it has to say AI was used and blah blah blah. But like I'm saying, this is the problem, which a lot of people kind of didn't foresee, is that you now have a generation of kids and all that are like, oh yeah, we're not stupid. We know it's AI music. But we still like it. Like that was the whole thing. Is like even like 6 months ago, people were like, oh, all these people are listening to AI and they don't even realize it's AI. And now it's like people are like, no, we know it's freaking AI, but we still think it's really good music, which is kind of what people didn't see coming. It was like, oh shit, people actually like this. They like fake music. They like fake bands. We're done for. We're absolutely done for. And it's all the internet. Someone called it perfect. It's the internet photocopying machine. It just copies. It copies everything. It creates nothing. It creates nothing. Everything you're hearing was created by somebody else, and it's just scanned it and mixed it up, and it doesn't. Well, Spandau was a prison. Spandau was a prison. It was a prison back in the old World War II days.
Yeah, I was going to say it was in Germany, wasn't it?
One of those ones. One of those prisons. Ollie Watkins. Yeah, come on now, Lee. Let's not have any of that.
Yeah.
If you ever, Ollie Watkins off to Saudi Arabia. Tijan Reinders, 67 million quid for Tijan Reinders off to Saudi Arabia.
Do you know what, Brian? I was going to say to you about Ollie Watkins. That's sad for me, because like he's still got
His legs are gone.
Yeah,
no, his legs are gone. His legs are totally gone.
Do you think?
Yeah, no. If you look at him over the last 2 years, he had a peak about 2 years ago, and they're showing it in his metrics. And I was looking at him before. The guy has gone from running 10 meters a game to 6, if you know what I mean. He's apparently, this guy has just lost all that kind of explosiveness that he had. He's dropped off a lot. He was really good for 2 years, really, really good. But I never wanted him at Liverpool. Like he's like a high-end Dominic Solanke, like a high-end that kind of guy. But he's not on the Isaac level. But
no, he's a squad player if he came to Liverpool.
Yeah, going to Saudi.
He's a good scorer. His numbers were good as a goal scorer.
He's a Welbeck if you keep him in the Premier League. You know what I mean? He's because he's got to be 30 now. He's
Yeah,
like
he's
he's easy
29,
to.
30.
He
Yeah,
was
so,
there when Gerrard was manager, wasn't he? At Ollie Watkins?
he's been around a while. Ollie is one of those crazy ones because Ollie, Brentford bought Ivan Toney from Peterborough. He'd been at Newcastle. He went to Peterborough. They bought him. They sold him on for mega bucks. They replaced him with Ollie Watkins. Or sorry, it was the other way around.
Yeah,
Ollie
other way around.
Watkins came through, and then they replaced him with Ivan Toney. Like he's that Brentford era. He was good. He was great. You'd have him in fancy football a lot. Ollie Watkins. Just leave him in there, and over the course of the season, he'd pick you up like 16 goals and all that. Didn't see him going to Saudi. Okay, who's Al Hilal? Jeez, that's one of the big ones actually. Al Hilal is the big one actually.
They're sort of pushing this transfer window. Have you noticed? Like with more sort of big signings from England and that.
Yeah, Reinders and now
Yeah, I was
Watkins.
going to say. So Reinders isn't finished though, is he?
I don't
he's
reckon
20.
he was all right.
He's
at
20.
AC Milan.
27.
He was already 27 when they bought him. I think he must be like
right.
28
Okay.
now. That's why I think the right was 67 million quid. Though
Yeah, but
Yeah,
for
see,
me, when you're a footballer, you don't want to give that up and go and play there already. That's just
oh man,
for Watkins.
Yeah.
Watkins could play in England for the next 3 years.
Exactly, JK, but it's the money, innit? It's all about money, innit? The other thing Luke
you see Ronaldo. Fucking Ronaldo. You see Ronaldo over there playing in front of 800 people. Like Ronaldo playing in front of 800 people.
Yeah,
That's not right.
yeah. I mean,
But the golf, they were doing the golf as well, and that hasn't really smashed it. I don't really like it. You know, the golf they did as well, like they had the PGA.
Oh, live golf. Yeah, well, they
sorry.
totally missed. They
They
totally
had
messed that
music
up.
playing, bro. They had music playing when man.
Oh, don't. No, yeah,
I couldn't
need
believe
to.
it.
Yeah.
I was like, turn this shit off.
No.
Sorry for my English. I like
No,
golf.
like-
It should be a peaceful game. You know what I mean? And you had some dance
Exactly.
music in the background. I was like, what's going on here, man?
You know, it's good. Atmosphere is fine, but you're supposed to have like, yeah, I get it. It's old fashioned. I don't care. Yeah, it's old and it's stuffy, but it's about decorum and it's about like it's self policing. You know, you call your own fouls on yourself and all that. Yeah, and I get the Americans have it. Yeah, it's nice. Get in a hole and all that. Okay, it's crept in a bit, but yeah, what
that's
they were
okay.
trying to do, man,
You know what I mean?
nonsense. What they were trying to do, and
No, man.
shorter tournaments, 3-man pairings and all that, and it's fallen off now because all these guys,
I'm coming
a
back.
couple of them, well, they can't. Like some of them can, some of them can't. They've lost their cards. You know, like you walked away from the PGA. You know, now they all want back. But yeah, guess what? The Saudis trying to take over sports hasn't worked because they don't understand sports. They understand desert car racing stuff. They get that. Horses, they understand horses. And like catching stuff with eagles in the desert, they get that stuff. But everything else, no. They don't. What kind of sports can you play in the desert? You know, football is really popular there, and they can still only get like. They have 2,000-seater stadiums. That's Kante and Benzema and Ronaldo are playing in.
Look,
So even if they pack them out, you're getting watched by 2,000, and that's the only games that ever even come get close to packed out are those. Like Al Hilal versus the other guy, the other one's Nasser. Al Nasser, those.
The local
Nasser
one.
Hussain.
Well, they're the two. There's three that are really big. Al Nasser, Al Hilal, and then there's one other big team that's in Riyadh. And that's it. Everyone else gets like 600, 700, 800 people watching.
They nearly all start with Al, don't they? So they're really hard to distinguish. Yeah.
Yeah, Brendan is still out there. He's at El Etifak, I think it is where he is. That's the one Bobby went to. Brendan's still out there. He's not giving up that money.
Wasn't that the one Stevie G went to? Oh no,
He was there before Brennan, yeah.
Yeah.
That's when Bobby Firmino went to.
Genie went there. He was captain, wasn't he, for a bit? Grew his hair long.
Yeah, they all bought like one or two good players, but like Al Nasser was Ronaldo, and the other one was Benzema and some of that kind of stuff. So it's
Ollie's just
it's
saying
just not very-
those pics
Benzema
of
wants it.
Brendan. You see what Ollie's put? Those pics
Oh,
of
yeah.
Brendan in his chic clothing.
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Look, there you go. Look, they're at it again. Look, they're trying to get Harry Kane. Al Hilal have held talks with Harry Kane's reps as they look to tempt the England captain into move to Saudi. Probably won't work for them, but they're getting rid of Benzema, I've heard. What would they give Harry Kane? 5 million a week? No, 2-3 million a week. They gave Benzema 3 million a week.
Do you know what? Just as because I can't work out Harry Kane. I'll be honest with you. Like all those years at Spurs, and then he goes off to Germany. So what is next for him? Does he want to play in the Premier League? Would he prefer
No, he's
to?
too old.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what's going on in his head? Because aren't they going to give him?
Try and win a Champions League.
Aren't
Try and
they
win a
going to give
Champions
him
League.
another contract? I'd heard that he was in talks with them. Or they said wait till after the World Cup, and they'd enter talks with them again for another contract.
Yeah, he won't. Yeah, they're all dressed like that in Antrim now. You go up to Antrim now, they're all wearing Antrim. Yeah, that's where Brendan's from. They're all dressing like that now. They've all got the headdresses and the robes on.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I think he's going to stay one more year, try and win a Champions League at Bayern, and then I don't see Harry Kane in Saudi Arabia. Come on.
Do you think he'd retire
Really?
after if he did another year at Bayern? Do you think he'd actually retire from football or go and get his coach's badges or something?
Well, the way his ankles, he doesn't need to coach. The way his ankles were back in the day, I didn't think he'd get this far in his career. That guy had so many injuries.
Yeah.
So many injuries, and they used to rush him back all the time. I didn't think he'd get this far. Was he like 33 now?
I remember saying to all of us here, would we take Harry Kane? And I got laughed off the panel. And the following year, he's scoring goals for fun at Bayern Munich.
No, okay, no, yeah, I think you said this. Yeah, I think me and JK, but yeah, Kane, man, I'll take him. Yeah. Yeah, JK, yeah, about Kane, yeah. I've said this a long time, Kane. Quality player. At first, I thought he was just a one-season wonder, but yeah, man, I would have had him. Even in the prime, when Firmino was killing it, I would have took Kane over Firmino. Kane is quality, man. He's like a world-class striker.
You just know what you're going to get, don't you? Goals, that's it.
Yeah, and assists, yeah. Can split those through balls as well. Honestly, yeah, he's just, headers, volleys, long range. He's like a modern day Alan Shearer. Quality.
Well, JK did have one of the most controversial takes of all time on this show about that.
What was that? Refresh my memory.
He said Darwin Núñez was better on the halfway line than Harry Kane was.
Yeah.
It went up on the board. 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 The dropping deep to the halfway line. He said Darwin Núñez is better Harry Kane.
More dangerous.
JK, come on.
He's good at right, mate. Yeah, he's good at right, running left and right.
I always said like Harry Kane, he ain't a good footballer, but he's the best top goal scorer. I don't like the way he plays football.
I don't know who's crunching around there. Yeah, sorry, Nanante, it's like you're taking your mic out of a bag or something. Sorry, that's all I muted you, that's all. Sorry. Yeah, Jake, I mean, I only remember because it went up on the board, man. That is a hell of a take. Harry Kane, one of the best in the world at dropping deep. Kane is the best of Shearer and Sheringham. That's a good, I think that's it. He's good. That's how I would describe Kane. That's a good mix, yeah. Shearer and Sheringham, yeah.
He reminds me a bit of Haaland. He doesn't have to do a lot, but he's a poacher, isn't he? He just knows where to be, what to do, and he's there.
Yeah, again, it's like he's playing in an utterly dominant Bayern team with Elise, Diaz, Musiala. I mean, almost these it's
Elite.
yeah, he's playing with guys, and other than one or two teams in Germany, they regularly put 3, 4, 5 goals past people. So there is that. I think it's a good level for him, and then then you get to like he wouldn't, if he'd had his choice, he would have been playing for Man City now, not Bayern Munich.
But when you
he would
think
have left a
about
couple
him,
years earlier. He signed that stupid 6-year contract with Tottenham, whatever it was.
when you think about him, Brian, that was such an unusual move. Because everyone was thinking, where's he going to go in the Premier League, and then he announces he's going to Bayern Munich, and you're thinking to yourself, is he going to fit in there? Does he speak German? Does he have to speak German?
No.
Is he going to? Is he
They
going
all
to
speak
take?
English.
Yeah, is he going to take to the country? He's played all these years for Spurs, and he took to it like a duck to water, didn't he? So fair dues, to him.
Yeah, like I said, Lewandowski went there and scored ridiculous numbers. People thought that he was scoring like 1.2 goals a game, kind of stupid things at one point. Oh, that'll never be broken, kind of what he did. And Harry Kane went and scored even more than Lewandowski did. And Lewandowski was even older, so it kind of shows you the quality of the league. They're not calling it Farmers League, but it just shows you just how dominant Bayern are.
Yeah.
But yeah, he should have left Tottenham about 3 years earlier than he did when Man City tried to buy him for like 100 million. That's what if he'd had his career back, he would have. He didn't want to end up having to just go, okay, I'll go anywhere just to get out of Tottenham before my career is over, basically.
Yeah, he should have signed that contract. He should have thought better. He should have. But fair enough, he's finally won the trophy. Even though it's German league, and maybe he wins the Champions League.
Yeah, Bundesliga.
Yeah, Bundesliga. Yeah, I mean,
You
we
know
that.
he would trade 5 Bundesligas for 1 Premier League. You know he would trade 5 Bundesligas for 1 Premier League.
Yeah, but he's quality, man. I'll rate him so much, man. If he came into our team in Salah Mane in the prime, but we would have won. We would have done back to back. We would. Man. Yeah, if we had him on our team. Oh God, yeah.
I don't know, Danny. I don't know. They said, "What's up, guys? What's happened? And why with Mbaye?" Honestly, man, I don't know. I can go through what we had earlier on if I can find it again, which was kind of a roundup almost. That's not it.
I'm not sure if it was Dave Okop. I'm not sure if it was Dave Okop today, but somebody popped up, a notification popped up saying we'd agreed personal terms with Mbaye, and then the next thing was it's off.
Well, yeah, but Dave Okop again is just retweeting journalists. He doesn't. Again, they're just retweeting stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the one that, yeah, Danny is asking. So all at around 6 o'clock today, all of these statements came out from James Pearce, Ian Doyle, and Simon Jones, basically saying, as it stands, Liverpool are unlikely to pursue interest despite exploratory talks. Liverpool have been looking at him, but as things stand, they're unlikely to pursue. And then Pearce saying he's been discussed, but figures insist their interest has only been exploratory, and strongly dismissed suggestions that personal terms have already been agreed. So all these 3 guys at around 6 o'clock today came out tweeting these things. Or they've been so you've got journalists in France saying one thing, and you got the boys in England saying something completely different. So I'm expecting Fabrice Hawkins is the big French journalist that's been saying he's going there, he's on it. I expect to maybe hear something back from this guy, but that is it right now at the moment. That's for Danny's question. That's where we stand.
Yeah.
Well, like, Zia's just said, you want 50 million, we don't want to pay that. Look, they want that, we want this. It's only
Do they though?
yeah, but it's only ever a
Who knows?
negotiation, isn't it? It doesn't mean to say
No
that
one's mentioned.
the actual.
No one's mentioned the
For
price on this guy, Gordon. This is what I was saying earlier on. I haven't seen a single person say all
No.
these tweets and all these stories. I haven't seen a single person say what the price is for this guy.
I'd read about 40 million, and then Zia
Weeks
said,
ago,
yeah,
weeks and
yeah.
weeks ago. Yeah, like
But
is it 30? Is it 70? Is it 60? Because that makes a difference.
yeah, and he's only 18. But even so,
Yeah, so, I mean,
even if PSG said, look, we want 50, it's still only a starting point, isn't it? It's all about negotiation. So, I can't see that, like when it comes out like this and says, oh, we don't want to pay that. Yeah, of course we don't. No one goes with the first figure that goes out there.
Oh, we'll see what happens. Or maybe the big thing is maybe they'll bypass him, and obviously Ariola's real target for the season after is Rayan. So because if you get him by and then you get Rayan, I mean, let's just say the following year, then Rayan's going to be the number one. So we'll have to wait and see. Or again, it won't blow my mind off that is that we don't get him. We get Barcola through the door, and Cody somehow stays, and then you have a Cody left, Barcola right wing. Every scenario is possible right now. Every scenario is possible right now. So we just have to wait and see.
You know what they're saying about this guy, about him not being fit and drinking and everything? If you look at that picture on there, do you think you could look at that and say he's in shape for a footballer? Or
the whole drinking thing is a load of cap. I'm sorry, it's again, it's people trying to burn that. I heard that attitude from, but no, he's fine. I've seen him in pre-season. Doesn't look like a boy who's drinking and on alcoholic. But I mean, that's just more mischief right there.
when you look at his, his stuff on YouTube in play, and he looks like a
and there's
superb
nothing
player.
wrong with a kid having a beer at the weekend either, is there?
No, it'd be
I mean, not
unusual.
10 or, I mean, every couple of weeks. No, I mean, if they're off, I mean, they all go out and have one or two bottles. That's enough. I've had 2 bottles. That's my limit. I've training in 4 days. Yeah, as long as he's not doing the night before training and he's out in a nightclub till 4 a.m. But again, this stuff gets really overblown. He does it. Oh, he's doing this, he's that. Well, let's.
Yeah, it gets my nerves, man. They're trying to mischief him in a bad way, paint him in a bad light, which is just
We've seen it done before. I'm not saying he is in the bad light, but we've seen it happen before. Yeah, where it's like people are painted in a bad light, and there's a lot of,
narrative.
yeah, this thing about greedy this and greedy that. It's like maybe he does have some people. No, I said, look, it's an agency thing. It's not a family thing or anything like that. Maybe his parents are nutcases. Some people, yeah, look, they are, but it's a bit of a broad brush that's being used here, and it seems like there's an awful lot going on in the background. So maybe that is why we're walking away, because do you know what? This is just a bit too messy.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows?
Do you know when they were saying that his family wanted a hospital?
I'm sure he's a good player.
Didn't they say that, like, his family wanted it written into the contract that, like so much would go towards a hospital in his, his home country and this sort of thing. And I thought, okay, that looks horrendous when you look at it from what, some journalist written. But, those guys, that's what they do. Look at Mane, what he did, and Salah.
That's been a proportion as well. Sending money back home is pure. It's what people do in that in Africa. I don't want to. That's cultural to send money home. Yeah, that is not. He wants this, he wants that. That's what I'm saying, Bernie. We have to be really careful.
Yeah. But he could have just said, "Can you pay half my money, or can you pay a portion of my money to here?" That's what that could have been, because it is a cultural thing. So, it doesn't mean to say that he's saying, "I want X amount a year, and on top of that, I want you to build a hospital in my home country." Nobody knows. It's all journalists, isn't it, what they're saying?
Yeah, all that stuff is like guys like that. They go out, they make their money, they send it home. It's purely and the likes of Mo, the likes of
Mane,
um Mane. Who else we got? Like you even look now.
Drogba.
African footballers from the 90s have academies in Africa. You know, like I mean, some of these things aren't great, but like, yeah, that whole like it's not just the top guys. Everybody that makes money. It's like Ireland. Is that there's a phrase in Ireland. You know, if you got a bit extra cash in your pocket, it's called money from America. Because people go to America, send home, and once a month or whatever, some money would arrive home. You go, oh, geez, yeah, money from America. You know, it's not just an African thing. You know, people going out abroad and making. We were a poor country back then. Why did the families are happy for the kids to go off to America? Because they could send money home.
Yeah,
So,
the only difference with that, the way it was written, Brian, is normally those foundations and different things they'd set up themselves, wouldn't they, out of the money. Whereas
oh,
with
those things
this,
are completely. Yeah, this thing about
they're
PSG,
insisting, yeah.
totally. So they just put the money back home themselves and do it that way. The
Yeah.
kid's only
Yeah.
18. Why are we casting aspersions about an 18-year-old kid? Really?
Yeah.
Come on, let's let that breed. Come on, like.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
also as well, it's not,
definitely.
they're making out that he's a puppet for his parents as well, which is, he's only 18, but it doesn't mean to say he hasn't got his own say in what he wants to do.
Who
Yeah, I
knows? I'm
mean,
sure.
yeah. Sorry, no, I think
No, it's okay. I said, sure, no. I mean, I'm sure his parents have some kind of influence on him. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'm sure he's, wise enough to make the decision. Because at the end of the day, his parents can say so much, but at the end of the day, he's an adult, so he'll make the final decision. So yeah, I think there's a lot of like Jay, he said, she's saying, trying to put bad light on the boy, and a lot of nonsense storylines.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's just let the boy breathe. If he comes, he comes. If he doesn't, he doesn't. That's it, really. At the end of
yeah.
the day.
And I do think if he did come Nilante, I feel sure that the club would, drown out the bad noise, and they just concentrate on getting that lad into shape and into play for the club. I feel confident as a club that we're very professional in that regard.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've had the characters before, so yeah. I mean, remember Anelka when he came to us. I mean, always, which he did have some rep, but when he came to us, he was good as gold. He
Yeah,
was good as gold. All the players liked him. For what I'm heard, and it's just Houllier just didn't fancy him. So yeah, look, he's 18. He'll be fine. I mean, if he were coming to a club, I mean, you have a potential French teammate he used to play with, and there's VVDs, the Subos, all these people. So yeah, but again, the $1 million question is, will he come? We don't know. It's like as Brian said, she said, he said, she said, she's coming today, not coming tomorrow. I couldn't see you
yeah,
today, Lady B. Oh, maybe not. JK, I'm seeing you today. Nah, JK, I'll see you tomorrow. Nah, I might see you tomorrow, JK. Just we
That's the
just
world we live in, man.
yeah.
Oh, trust me, back in the days, transfer windows were probably the most exciting times of football.
Mhm.
You look forward to it and that. And nowadays, for a long time, it hasn't been like that. Last season was something that like we were never expected that they're going to do that, and it was nice. It was like wow. Let's get ready for the next season. Yeah, but nowadays it's just so much information coming from every angle. I think a lot of people do that thing: go to sleep, have a dream, wake up, type it on the screen, and send it out. That's the
Oh,
world we're
cheers,
living in now.
Ben. Thanks, Ben. Ben, new name
Nice
in the
one, Ben.
chat.
Hi
FSG or
Ben.
Mickey Mouse constantly. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Big up, Ben. Big up, Ben.
Ethan Wanyeri to where? Where's he gone? Arteta getting rid of all the talents. Where's he gone? I knew
Cyprus.
he was for sale.
I can't believe
Where?
the hype this guy's getting. This guy, like Sky Sports, they view him like he's some Bob Paisley or something. Like this guy is the bee's knees.
Who
The guy
else
spent
had that?
1.4 billion. Yeah, I'll tell you, they did.
No, not to
Remember
us.
United days?
Now
When
hang on. Sorry, you're not. Now come on now. Sorry, Bert. No.
Right?
According to saying London sources confirmed Liverpool and Arsenal were locked in intense talks all day. The subject was Ethan Manieri.
oh,
Now I knew he was for sale. That's not new. All the Arsenal guys were saying he's going to get
Yeah.
rid of Ranieri. They rate Ranieri, and they're like, it's Arteta. He's going to get rid of the young talent. But I didn't think we would be.
But
Again, this is Indy Kyla. We know, okay, it's Indy Kyla.
Yeah.
But he's saying Liverpool and Arsenal were locked in intense talks all day with Ethan Ranieri.
I'd be surprised if we did business with Arsenal. It just doesn't normally come on the radar, does
simple
it?
as exactly when that.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Jesus,
And then
what's the last one? Chamberlain? Was it Oxlade Chamberlain
35
was the last
million,
one?
the most expensive they've ever sold.
Yeah.
So we've done the most. You know what I mean? We've got their highest price they've ever taken for a player. It was us who paid it.
That's
Look,
the
this
last
guy's a
time,
good
wasn't
player,
it?
but I don't know.
yeah, it is the last time. I'm just trying to think. No,
Really?
yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't think anyone since then. Yeah.
Doesn't happen often.
I
Doesn't
can't
happen
even take
often.
I can't even take Arteta seriously. You know, when he's going on about all the trophies and everything. How many years has it taken him to get like a couple of things? And also, it's those dressing room motivational talks. I just can't take him seriously at all.
But what about this?
Guys.
Yeah, but in terms of Ranieri to Liverpool, I mean that's a bit of a bomba, as people would say.
I
If you
don't,
think
I don't believe it.
I
I
don't
You know
get it.
what?
It doesn't
Though?
make it doesn't.
Arnie Slot, he won it in 1 year, and he spent 10 million on Chiesa. Arteta did it in 7 years or 6 years, and he spent 1.4 billion. That's mad. That's mad.
On the flip
Arteta
side, you
ain't
can
nothing,
say
man. Come on, what a joke.
true.
I reckon this boy's here. Even Bernadette could have done it. Give her
How
1.4
even
billion. She would have
Bernadette could have
got
done
a
it.
league. She would have got a league.
even Bernadette, yeah,
Yeah, that's a bit of a
ridiculous.
backhanded compliment, JK. Thank you.
Even Bernie could have done it.
Yeah, thank you for
I
that.
don't mean it that way. I don't mean it that way.
Bernie says it's the code man.
What
Lady
way
B says
does
it's the
one?
code man.
Shabba.
Shut up.
Shamaran could have done it with 1.4 billion.
Shabaraks.
JK, you're cruising for a bruising.
I'm cruising for a bruising, but Lady B, JK is not moving.
Foreigners still scrooging.
There used to be a Liverpool expression. Have you ever tried picking your teeth up with two broken arms?
That's just what happens if they get your chips order wrong, you know.
Yeah. And some.
Coco, are you sitting on it as you Coco? Oh shit, the fuck up.
But I don't get this Ranieri. This Ranieri deal does not make sense at all because if we were to buy him, where's he going to play? We don't need him. He's not a priority. This doesn't make sense. He's not needed. He's not a priority.
It's come out of nowhere, hasn't it, as well? It's not like we've all been
it
set.
doesn't make sense. Yeah, he
They call it a bomba.
But,
just
you know, when was the last time anybody on the panel or anybody in chat said, you know who we should be looking at?
Nobody.
Yeah.
This guy,
Nobody.
none of us.
Ever.
No one who's ever. Yeah.
I think he had one or two good games, didn't he? He had one or two good games, gaslighted up like he's the man. And I don't know what. When's the last time he played this guy?
I know he's a big talent. You know, I know he's a big talent. He's highly rated by Arsenal and all that kind of stuff. And like all I know about him is like I've heard like a lot on Shane channel where they're like they hate Arteta because he wrecks kids. Like they hate him for a lot of stuff, but they hate him because he wrecks kids and he doesn't use players right now. But the next one they're saying like he's going to get rid of Ranieri and he's going to get rid of Lewis Skelly. And apparently Lewis Skelly was offered the clubs this year.
Yeah,
so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Is he all this or all that. Like, why are they trying to get rid of him? Kind of thing. Why would we buy him? I don't know.
I think they're doing that thing of the pure profit thing where that's all they're doing in that one. Because Arsenal spend money. When you look at Arteta's rank, he's always spent money every transfer window in the summer.
They spend a lot of
And
money.
so they need their money back. So these guys are getting offered up to be sold.
They're trying to get some like a game changing transfer. So the Martinellis and this, but I mean, this has got to be some. I mean, April's Fool was in April. I mean, this does not make sense at all because
August
he,
There's another one.
oh, yeah, exactly. Because
It's
where's
the
he going
new
to
one,
play?
isn't it?
Yeah, he's
That's mad.
number 10. He's number 10. He's not going to play in the 10. I mean, yeah, technically we can play in the right side, but we don't need him. We need an out and out winger. It doesn't make sense. This is a weird one. He's not needed at all.
Yeah, he's obviously he's 19 years old, homegrown, I suppose. 19 years old, attacking midfielder, right winger, all that kind of stuff. Left footed. I mean, what did he do for them in the league last year? 6 appearances. Didn't start any games. 6 appearances.
He was on
So
loan
that's not
last
much,
season.
you know. They can't really.
Yeah, he went to Marseille halfway.
Oh, who was that?
January.
He was,
Marseille.
yeah, in January. Didn't
Oh,
he? Yeah.
Yeah.
what did he do there?
He started off all right, and after that, I didn't hear much of him.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Okay.
Arsenal only want 70 million for him.
But that's it. What are they going to want for this?
Free transfer,
50...
come over, no problem. You know what I mean? Add him to the squad. But if you got to pay a big fee for this lad, forget about him. He's probably a good player. He's 19. We don't know nothing about this guy, you know. We don't know what the future holds for this guy. He might be a top player one day. We don't know that. But I think if he was going to be that top player, Arsenal would have tied this guy down to a bigger contract. So if they're willing to let him go, so
He signed a new contract. He already signed a new contract, JK.
I think it's money.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely think it's money. I think they want to spend, and he's one of those guys, like where the Arsenal fans are saying, it's like he'll sell one of the young players rather than trust him. And he just, yes, this is the kind of thing they'll do. So, yeah, Martinelli, they're looking to sell Martinelli
as well. So that's
Aston Villa trying to buy him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Villa. I heard that today. Yeah,
that'd be a good sign for them.
He would probably do well at Villa.
Do you know what?
But don't forget what he did to Conor Bradley, lads. When we're talking about Martinelli, do not forget what he did to Conor Bradley. So, yeah, we do not wish any, don't wish any harm on him, but I do not wish anything good for Gabriel Martinelli.
Yeah, that behaviour.
Do you know what this Nathan Nwaneri? Sorry, Nwan. I can't say his name. Nwaneri.
Yeah, there you go, Lady B.
Yeah, that guy. I mean, why would we want Arsenal's cast-offs if they're not good enough for Arsenal? Why would we want them?
That's the thing. This is what some people are saying. Is like, this guy should be good enough to play for Arsenal, but their stupid coach will probably sell him because he doesn't want to work with younger kids. So, okay, I'm not saying we're buying this guy. just think Canary, Ethan Nwaneri. Just think Canary. Yeah, we bought Oxley, was broken every 5 minutes. But I know, I understand that. But every now and again, like I say, clubs don't always sell bad players. Sometimes clubs sell good players.
Yeah, it can happen.
If they're making a mistake, I mean, I wouldn't be judging this guy at the age of 19. He's at freaking Arsenal at the age of 19. He's obviously good at football.
Look about Salah as well. When you think about Chelsea letting him go,
Kevin De Bruyne.
Daniel Sturridge.
I knew when Kevin De Bruyne was at Wolfsburg, I was like, let's go and get this guy.
Yeah, he's killing it. Yeah,
He was just good, bro.
What did he get? Like 27 assists or something ridiculous in that last season. And he think
He's
it's
the
like
one.
20 and 20 or something at Wolfsburg with stupid numbers.
You know, when you
Yeah.
look at the Premier League era, if there's one player I wanted in my team out of the whole of the Premier League history, it was him.
I'd
De
agree,
Bruyne.
JK. To me, he was like the one that got away for us. And also, I think Jude Bellingham as well. There's certain players you think would have really suited us. I think De Bruyne definitely.
Definitely. He's probably the closest I've seen to Gerrard.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
He didn't have the aggression. He didn't have the
Yeah, he lacked
aggression.
that. Yeah, he lacked that.
He couldn't. He controlled the midfield in a different way.
Yeah,
He was
totally
a
different.
silent
Football.
assassin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a
He
silent
kept-
But
assassin.
he's not steaming into like if there's a 5-on-5, he's not steaming into the middle and trying to sort it out. Like he's
winning the ball back and doing a 30-yard run. Yeah.
But
he's
I
just
think-
gonna sitting there with his quiet shy little face and say, "Give me the ball, I'll just stick in the top corner from 30 yards."
Yeah,
lads."
simple. Yeah, he'll
You
do
know,
it that way.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll
Where
do that.
Gerrard is grabbing Roy Keane by the scruff. Can you imagine De Bruyne grabbing Roy Keane by the scruff of the neck? I don't think so.
Or coming onto the
Completely
pitch,
completely
coming on against Man United and then getting sent off within minutes.
Yeah, and just like walking off, like going, yeah, that's exactly what the plan was. Turning, walking away before he was in, sent off, going, yeah, I know, that's what I came on to do. End this bullshit.
Hey, Brendan, do you think I'm a beautiful human being now, eh? Hey, kid.
He's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful
Oh,
human being.
these are my favorite characters. Beautiful human being, Brendan. You're a beautiful lady. Beautiful lady, lady B. Technical speciality. Technical speciality, lady B.
If I had got Kevin De Bruyne, we would have won everything. He's a beautiful human being, so he is.
Beautiful player, Lady B. A technician, wouldn't you say, Bri? A beautiful technician, KDB. JK, I know you like when the ball's whipped round, when Ryan Sterling runs into the ball. Beautiful player, don't you think, JK?
Don't let me see you dancing.
Slot
Let me
and
see you
Brendan
dancing.
Rodgers.
You have
Not
to
my favourite
warm up.
Liverpool managers, but Brendan Rodgers gave me my favourite Liverpool game, one of them. The 5-1 against Arsenal.
Oh,
What a
oh
game.
yeah, I was there.
You
Yeah, I
was
was
there,
there.
innit? No, take.
Yeah,
You were
I
there.
was there.
Yeah, I remember.
That
You
was,
were there.
that was,
What
yeah.
a game that was.
I
That
know,
was
man.
football.
That was incredible.
That I couldn't believe that. What a game that was. We were on fire.
And when it clicked for Brendan, it clicked. When it clicked, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you two guys were here. I don't know if you two guys were here last night. And it's kind of a. I don't know if you were here when I was asking the Verts Coutinho question.
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, right now, if you had a choice, would you basically, I suppose, like you'd have to jettison Verts and not find out how good he gets. You can bring back peak Coutinho, or stick with Florian Wirtz. What would you do? Like peak Coutinho, which is what he's like 25, maybe. We all know what peak Coutinho was. He was just sticking to the top corner for ridiculous angles every other game. That's Coutinho. Or Florian Wirtz, and you stick with Florian Wirtz and find out for the next 5 years. What would you do?
Because it works, kills it this season.
That's the thing. You kind of have to not find out if he becomes any good.
God, that's a difficult one. Oh my lord.
Papa.
Shabba. Oh, this is a good question, bro. I'm thinking deeply about this because Wirtz, and you don't know what Wirtz can do in the next 4. And if he kills it, oh my lord, he could get double assist. And this is
if is the word.
What he pulled out. Oof.
Yeah, but what I feel like I said, not like I said. I mean, Whereas he's still a quality player, though. Even though, like I said, and I'll say it again, and this is no shade to Words. Like I said, he's a quality footballer. I wasn't thinking about getting him when we first bought him, but he's still a quality player. But still, and like I said, I defended him the other night because I know the friendly everyone's having a go at him, but I just thought I don't think he was bad. I just thought his game the other day was the summary of
Low-key.
his last
Mhm.
season. It was just moments.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Moments. That's what it is. Yeah. Not the full what we need, but oh god, this is difficult, man. Because if words, I'm gonna say Prime Coutinho. Yeah, Prime Coutinho.
Took you long enough.
That's because it's a good question. It's a difficult question.
I was thinking about it. It's very difficult, yeah. Because if Wirtz starts double assists for the next 5 years and kills it, then and it's not that I'm shading Wirtz. Then I'll be like, well, you know what, Brian, can I rephrase that question again, please? That's what I'll be saying. Yeah, Prime Coutinho. Yeah,
Takes a bit of
Coutinho-
beating, doesn't it?
yeah. This is hard because Wirtz. Yeah, we don't know. That's the thing. That's the only reason I would say it. Just because Coutinho, as soon as he came to the last day he left, he was quality, man. His link-up play, the Brazilian flair,
Talking about back injury.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, Brian, you trying to persuade me? Oh yeah, that's stupid, right? All right, Wirtz. Stop joking. Yeah, the back end, yeah, that was disgusting. And he apologized for it. He held his hand up and he did apologize for that. That was just silly. But look, Brian, look at his comeuppance after that, what he did. That lie he did. Look what happened after that. It went downhill from there, didn't it? But
Yeah, best game he ever had for Barcelona while he was on loan at Bayern, you know.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? That's the funny thing, isn't it? I remember it's the 8-2, wasn't it? I think he scored twice. He scored twice in that game.
He didn't even start. He came on and scored twice and got an assist. Absolute joke.
I know, innit?
He what a player he was.
So what would you do, JK? You get to
Yeah.
you don't get to find out how good Wirtz would be for us. Could be at the age of like 20. He's still like 23, right? 22, 23. But you get to have prime Coutinho back in this team. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm going with Prime Coutinho. What a player. Like, I think Coutinho was that type of 10 I like, or that midfielder, or whatever it is he played, is for me the level of what I want Wirtz to become. So Coutinho's already been there. Wirtz is one of them. Is he going to do it? I've got faith in him. I just feel like there's some fans like, come on, just support the lads, you know, sometimes. But I'm happy we got Wirtz. It's like, still sometimes I'm like, yo, he's came to Liverpool. It's a major signing. That's a bigger signing for me than the Isaac one. Because of
Definitely for me. Sorry, definitely, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
He's just big. You know, that's like top level signing. Wirtz, man. Like, so he's at Liverpool. I wish him the best this season. Him and Frimpong. Crack on now, lads.
Do you know my only thing with Wirtz is because I know his quality, and obviously,
So 2-0 for Coutinho.
Bernie,
what would yours be, Bernie, as well, before you?
Oh no, I said last night, Brian. I said.
Oh, you were on. Yeah, it was 3-0. It was 3-0 for Coutinho. It's 5-0 to Coutinho now. It's like, come on.
Do you know why I said it as well? Because I think a lot of our fans have forgotten. You know, like we had Mane, Salah, and Firmino, but they forget they were called the Fab Four with Coutinho, and that's why we got so much money for him, because they couldn't do a thing.
100%.
True. Yeah.
The four of them were absolutely outstanding, and he was the playmaker, wasn't he, Coutinho? So,
under Rodgers, he had a vein of form. Really unbelievable.
Bryce, from the first time he came in to the last, or apart from the end when he scored it, he was quality, man. Even when that season, when Suarez went and Sturridge was getting an injury, 15-16, he was our main player. He was I remember he scored that 30-yard rocket against Southampton. And who can forget the Man United chip in the Europa League?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just he was and his link
He
up
did.
play.
He came in. He came in kind of obviously timid, but there was. I don't know how long it lasted. I'll have to look. We'd have to look. But there was that vein of form that he had for what, about a year,
That was
maybe.
brilliant.
It was just like, Christ, this guy's actually the real deal. Like, he
Yeah,
looked like a mini Messi. He could do it once every 4 games. He'd like do something, and then he just hit that vein of form. Like, he did it, which is what makes great players week in, week out. He was sticking it in top corner for 30 yards, became a trademark goal for the guy.
right.
Like, cutting in from outside the box and sticking in the top corner became a trademark bloody goal. As if anyone has a right to be like, oh, that's such a Coutinho thing to do. Nobody's a
And
right to do it.
if you looked at him, like when he was a kid, when they were following him when he was playing football as a kid, and in the young teams he was in as he was building his way up, he was outstanding from a child. He was a fantastic player, wasn't he? So, and he just took it to the next level every time. He was shy, but he just could play football. I just thought he was a
Oh,
superb player.
Bernie, one of the things I always say about him is, one of my mates, I used to watch a lot of football back in the day when he was playing. I used to watch every game with him. He's a Man United fan. And he'd always say, like, this is when he didn't realize that we were actually becoming the real deal and they were dropping off.
Yeah.
And he'd say to me, do you know what? Like, I'd never say I love a Liverpool player, especially to a Liverpool fan. He said, but he said, Coutinho, he said, he just looks like a footballer. That's as perfect description. He just is like, he says, when I think of a footballer, it's just the build of him, the frame, just everything about him. He just looks like a footballer.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's what he was. The way the shorts were baggy, small. He just looks like the archetypal little number 10 from Brazil that everybody wants to be.
Yeah, weave in and out of everybody and place it. Just place the ball, didn't it?
Incredible. Absolutely. Like, I do. I feel bad for him the way it went, because I loved the way, like, 8 million. I think it was 8.5 million from Inter Milan.
Yeah.
Just,
And
I remember, like, reading about this guy, knowing about him, was like getting lost in the 27 million Brazilian wonder kids and Argentinian players they'd have at Inter Milan.
Yeah.
And we managed to pick him up. I was thinking, he probably won't be great because we've got him and we get the kind of cast off guys. But yeah, I've never seen, like, it's up there with Suarez. There was a peak, like Coutinho's peak at Liverpool was phenomenal. And yeah, I never get to talk to it, because all people ever talk about is the fact that he went to Barcelona for 140 million quid and completely, just the whole thing was a disaster.
Did you
But
see
for a
him?
while, he was incredible.
Did you see him a few months ago? He was on holiday in Greece with his wife, I think. And,
I saw this.
yeah, some Liverpool fans on the next table, and they started singing "You Never Walk Alone." He joined in with them, and that, that's the thing about people can say anything, and I know we're all sentimental, or most of us are, about the Reds, but a lot of these players leave, and even though they go somewhere else, their time at Liverpool is never forgotten ever.
It's
It
true.
touches them.
Mm-hmm. Look how many legends come. Look how many players come to play in them legend games.
Yeah.
Guys who went to other clubs where they smashed it there, they still come to Liverpool and play for us. It's mad.
And when you see Jermaine Pennant, and like, he was always in trouble for being in and out of nightclubs, wasn't he? He was like a bit and that. But you know what? Even now, he's on TalkSport, and all he ever talks about, you think he is Liverpool. He talks about it like
Exactly.
he's
You'd think he spent his whole career here, because some of these guys spend 1 year at Liverpool and they live off it for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, that's what
Forget the fact he played for fucking Arsenal. Forget the fact he played for anyone else.
Yeah.
You get a lot of these guys, and they don't deserve it. He's making a career off the media as if Jermaine Pennant, Liverpool player.
Yeah,
No, man. Not at all. That's the opposite for me of the fans looking. These are guys that did nothing for us out there in the media. Cleared themselves by Liverpool. Yeah, you'll never see him as ex whatever. No, it's ex Liverpool player. So some of these guys, they don't deserve to be seen as, like, you'll see some, especially on TalkSport, people who did nothing for this club, living off the fact that they played for us for like 2 years and
Yeah,
talking shit about the club.
as if they know the club inside out, everything about
No,
it.
Jermaine Pennant, come on.
Yeah.
Seriously, I think he scored 1 goal for us, and it was that cracker, that insane goal. I think he scored 1 goal for us in the league, and that was it.
Yeah.
Or Brian, you get Stan Collymore, who's always putting jibes in against us. You know, they
Yeah,
have
we
to
live
these
off the fact that he used
grudges.
to play for us.
Yeah.
Stan was brilliant for us. Stan
Oh,
was
he's a quality player.
insane.
Yeah, he's a quality player.
Stan Collymore, in today's game, man, Stan Collymore, £120 million player. Peak
Yeah,
Stan
he's
Collymore.
quality, man. Yeah, left foot, right foot, every tick, you know.
Score
Yeah.
every kind of goal. Score every kind of goal. Unstoppable runner, big, strong. Didn't have the
Yeah.
mentality. But that kind of guy,
That's it.
we paid $8.5 million for him when that was 150 million in today's money.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
What
Record.
about the defender? Oh God, what was his name? Rudger? No,
Neil Ruddock.
Neil Ruddock. Yeah, he was
Mhm.
another one. You know, you'd
There you go,
think.
lads. Just three more to 50. That's all we need. 3 likes off 50. Go on, you can do it.
You'd think Neil Ruddock was Liverpool through and through, like a bar of rock. The way he used to carry on as well.
Yeah, so it's a two-way street. That you've got guys living off our reputation. So I don't mind it. That's fine. I don't mind anybody from back in the 80s. They weren't earning 100 grand a week. But yeah, when you hear these guys on the likes of TalkSport and they're seen as ex-Liverpool guy, and they're usually Londoners talking shit about the club, because you don't go on TalkSport to talk positively about Liverpool. Like, they'll get on Jan Molby or Robbie Fowler like once a month, I assume. That's how it used to work, to talk positively. And then the rest of the time, you just get some ex-London pros because they live in London, and they'll come on and talk shit about Liverpool. Like Jermaine Pennant, like, he has a right to talk about Mo Salah. You played right wing for Liverpool. Jermaine, what's it like? Oh, well, Mo Salah should do it. Jermaine, shut up. Don't talk about what Mo Salah needs to be doing, Jermaine. Please don't. Christ, man. Danny Mills, all these guys. All they want to do is slag off clubs.
Danny Mills is a joke. He's a joke, Danny Mills. What a hater.
He hates Liverpool. I don't know.
He
I
hates
don't know what we did to him, JK, in his youth. I
Uh-huh.
don't know what we did to Danny Mills, but it must have
His
been bad.
energy,
because
his
he
aura.
hates us.
Horrible. He hates Liverpool. I don't know what the fuck his problem is.
I mean,
Horrible.
I like Danny Murphy. He's always loyal to us, I think.
Yeah, but he gets the right
I
criticism.
like Danny. I'm just worried about him. He's just so depressed all the time. I was like, Danny, come on, man. Cheer up, like.
Who, Danny Murphy?
Yeah, Danny's just so like, he's
What?
like, it's a famous thing. Danny Murphy is famously depressed in the media. It's a joke about him. It's like, he's always like, he's trying to be serious and all that, but it just comes off. It's very hard. No one's ever seen Danny Murphy laugh.
Did you ever see his wife? He married a model, didn't he? She was a Liverpool model.
Make you happy.
And her father is a famous businessman, like multi-millionaire, and
yeah, but I'm just saying he's famously dour. He's famously dour in the media, basically. He's famously dour, is what he is. So that's what I mean. I'm not saying anything. It's like,
yeah, but you know what as well though, if
marrying a model cures depression. There you go. Are you good looking?
If you are positive in this world nowadays, people think there's something wrong with you. If you're happy in this world nowadays, people think there's something fucking wrong with this lad. Well, trust me, I noticed that. It's like everyone, like, as soon as you're sort of positive about a player or a manager, they say these fucking head screw loose. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, which way is this world going now? It's like, if you smile nowadays, people think that he's a fucking weirdo.
Do you know, JK, I've got a thing about people who automatically assume they're more superior, and they think that their opinion's better than anybody else's. It winds me up, honestly. I think, who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah. I understand your point there. Big time. It's like everyone's got an opinion, Depends on where it's coming from.
Yeah,
And
and
if
you're
I know where it's
entitled to
coming
it.
from, it ain't good. I ain't listening to that opinion.
It's if it's on Talk Sport, yeah, it's probably bollocks. I think you can have a kind of a,
But Danny
you get
Mills
the
is
odd
number
guy
one.
on. But they used to do a brilliant thing. They used to do an absolutely brilliant show called Trans Europe Express,
Oh
which
yeah, I
was
remember that show. Sundays.
yeah, it was on Sunday nights in Talksport, and it was almost like I don't know what would you call it. If like every Sunday night on Babe Station there was a Werner Herzog documentary or something. I don't know. Do you know? Like there was a Richard Attenborough. It's like it's absolute trash, complete trash all week, and then for 2 hours on a Sunday night, they had one of the best football shows going. They had sorry, but just wait. That's gone fast. Yeah, they had Tim Vickery, they had Andy Brassel, they had all these really great. And it was one of the best shows. And like within 2 hours, you would learn all the stories, all the big stuff around Europe. You didn't have to know everybody. You hear all the interests and stuff, all the stuff, and great minds on it. Literally, it was like if there was like a Richard Attenborough show on Babe Station once a week, because the rest of the content was crap. But that was such a great show. Really, really good show. Not that I've ever watched Babe Station.
What is Babe Station?
I don't even know if it's going anymore. It's like one of those, when the satellite TV came in, they just have this random. It was like a show where there'd be girls, scantily clad girls. It was not a show, but it was just a channel that just ran 24 hours a day, and there'd be girls, like those call-in things, and people would just pay money or something. I suppose like an early kind of OnlyFans almost. It was just like one of those random satellite TV stations, and the girls would just be on there, like I say, scantily clad, and pretend to talk on the phone to people. People would ring in or pay money or what else. But basically if page three was a TV channel and it just ran 24 hours a day, that was Babe Station. And guys would ring in. I think that's how it used to work. When I was very kind of, you remember Babe Station, right? Everyone remembers Babe Station, right?
I've never heard of it.
No, it was like a joke, almost. Like everyone knows Babe Station. Okay, I know the guys are bleeding ignorant, so everybody knew about it. Like I said, it was just like a random shitty
No one's
fucking.
owning up to it anyway.
No, sure, everyone's seen it though. It's like saying
Yeah,
Page Three, you never heard of it. Never heard of Page. Page Three, you've never heard of it. Playboy, I wouldn't know anything about that. Everyone knows what Babe Station is.
yeah. Women
Yeah,
scandalous.
assume it doesn't exist anymore. Like the internet killed all that kind of thing.
The internet's made normal people, girls, want to do it as well. That's what the internet's
So, yeah,
made.
Babe Station was basically OnlyFans almost, like at the original OnlyFans, I suppose. But yeah, it was just, all right, darling, or something. To be that. It was almost like it was supposed to be a call-in. But no, yes, I remember that. The idea was that the girls were talking on the phone to a guy, but there'd be really loud music playing over it. So I think the idea was you could ring in and obviously pay like probably £2 a minute to talk to the girl while she was on TV, basically, in her knickers, as it were. And that was pretty much the whole thing.
Oh God.
Yeah, 24, I think it ran 24 hours a day. I assume it did.
Did you ever ring in, Brian?
Oh yeah, me and Mandy, we ended up getting married. Yeah. Yeah. No, it was literally, this was the kind of thing that like you could tell. You'd see all the numbers going across the bottom of the screen, blah blah blah. It's like €2 or like £2 for the first minute, and then 18 pounds a minute for every 30 seconds after that kind of stuff.
You know
Yeah,
what,
people are going broke.
If only Coco could speak.
She can sometimes, yeah. But no.
We'd find out what you got up to.
Certainly not the Babe Station, I'll tell you that. Yeah, back in the day, Ollie, I was a bit beyond, I was a bit past it when it came out. Past sitting at home watching Babe Station. It was very much for the 14-year-olds in this, put it that way. But I mean, it's probably made billions. Probably made billions. I don't know why I ended up talking about Babe Station, but
I was just going to say,
that's
what was that in context with?
We're going to get 2 new wingers from there.
no, it's just all the lads.
What's the crowd
probably,
booming then? What's the crowd? It'll be full house every game.
Probably Neil Ruddock's girlfriend was on Babe Station or something like that. Probably that's exactly the kind of guy that was like, you remember the whole lads mag kind of days.
Yeah, he
Oasis
was
beers
that
and
guy, wasn't
booze and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was all about that lad culture and all that. That was very much part of that. Like,
Did he pass away recently?
oh fuck no, hope not. Jesus, I mean, he probably should have the way he lives his life, but yeah, no.
Nice. Yeah.
Or is he ill? I read something about. I'm going to have a look. I read something about him recently.
Well, he's about 26 stone. He's, basically, he's he's lived it to the full. I'd say Razor Ruddock. I won't be surprised. The guy was barely a professional footballer when he played for us, for God's sake.
Did any of you guys hear about Bacetic might go to Getafe, Spain?
Yeah.
Got
Yeah.
He's got to go.
Yeah, he's got to go, and
Yeah. He's the injuries. Yeah, just he needs to play games, and just unfortunately, he's not going to be.
Go back to Spain, live near your family, go play football, get back on track. You're still young.
Yeah.
A couple of
he's young,
years.
so you can crack on. I wish him the best.
Yeah. Same. It's just
Too many of them,
unfortunate.
JK. Too many of them out there now. Bacetic hasn't played in 2 years. Dan's hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah.
Elliot hasn't played football for 2 years, basically. Endo hasn't played in over a year. Chiesa, come on, we've got a bunch of scrubs here, man, that need to move on. Let's go.
That's
Let's
why
freshen it up.
Russell in the chat is a bit concerned about that. He ain't really happy as well, and I think I'm the same as well. Like our season's kicking off in 4 days, yeah. Whew. We're gonna have Gravenberch the centre back. No, we're not. We're gonna get Jackie there. But wingers, like who we got? We got Gakpo and Rio, and that Spanish lad.
Yeah.
Wow, that's not good. That's not
Oh,
good.
even if you sign someone tomorrow, they're not going to be available to play against Newcastle.
Not even for the Forest game, and we've got to win that one. You know what I mean? That first home game of the season has to be a win and teach Forest a lesson. Was it lost in 2 years in a row with Slot? Did we? Yeah, I think we lost twice together.
And they've got Glasner now. They've got Glasner
Yeah,
and
God,
Crystal Palace, who's causing us problems. They've got good players. Forest is going to be a problem for everybody next year, not just us.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is 2 big games. 2 big games.
We'll beat Forest.
Newcastle away, Forest at home.
I think we'll win both of them games. Newcastle one is going to be exciting. I just feel that's going to be it's going to be a good game. But I reckon with the quality we've got on that pitch, they're going to give Isaac a hard time. You'll be starting in that game as well. So go out there. So that stress they caused him before he left, show him what that's all about. Get 2 goals, whatever. Just make sure we win that game, and you're sort of part of that. That'll be a talking motivation team talk for him. So listen, bro, they messed you about their fans. I've seen a lot of stuff at that time period. Isaac, he couldn't play football all season, bro. So for me, he's got a bit of payback there.
Yeah, well, it's true. Just have to wait and see. We have to wait and see, man. But what I was thinking is, what I'm worried about, Zero keeps on saying we play 45 minutes and we just kind of run out of gas. Which, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that because we can't be having that. Like, we'll play 1.5 against Newcastle and then we're out of gas the second half. So I know he's just joined. So hopefully these players can be up to speed and not just the 45 minutes. It gets to a 90-minute game.
Well, I reckon,
Aaron
bro, if you
is
look at
saying,
the 3 games quickly, then 3 games, Leeds, Monaco, and Como. In each first half of all of them games, top class. The Como game, we kept a clean sheet. So I said a long time ago that this manager is getting into the players' minds already, because that Leeds and Monaco display first half was refreshing after what we seen last season. So I'm sort of hopeful in that way. I reckon this manager's going to get into there because he's had that squad now from the game of the other day. Jacquet's played, the other lad from Spain's played, so they'll be more involved in training now, ready to play Newcastle games. So I think
that's
that way
crazy though, Jack. That's crazy though, JK, isn't it? That we're looking at someone who's played 45 minutes
45
in a
minutes.
friendly for us
Yeah.
as a 20-year-old centre half, being our number 1 guy for Newcastle. Because it might be a Rojo, we don't know. But
Yeah.
maybe I was thinking they might have done, they obviously didn't. But I was thinking between Sunday and Sunday, they might have done, they've done it before. All of a sudden you hear, oh, there's a behind closed doors friendly midweek for Liverpool against like some random. They've done that before. Yeah, they've done it before though. Where you think all the friendlies are done now. They did it last year, and they had some to get some. They played like Fulham reserves, something like that, in a behind closed doors game just to fill in the gap because they only had those 2 away games. They flew to freaking Hong Kong and Japan and back just to play 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
So they got an extra. I was thinking maybe they might do that again. Obviously they haven't. So Xhaka will only have 45 minutes against Como. That's it. That's his Liverpool career so far.
Mm-hmm.
Rojo is the same. So which do we go with? Do we go Xhaka or Rojo?
I still always think you play the guy in form, and he was definitely in form when he played. And okay, I mean, I know.
Yeah, but in form, Bernie, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I know. And last night when I said, well, if he's not in form for the next 45, give it to the other guy like he did, and everybody said, oh, you can't play 50-50. But all I'm saying is, let him do what he did, and then if he's starting to, slow down
or anything,
whatever,
bring him off. Yeah,
bring the other guy on. He's like a tank, isn't he? He wasn't 100. Sorry, he wasn't 100% a Rojo, but he's a bit out of position. But he's still like a tank. But the other guy's got the flair and can score and can defend. I'd play him first, definitely.
Well, I wouldn't expect him to score too many, but
Blake
again, it's like, what do you do? Do you go with the kid that's got 45 minutes, or do you go with the massively experienced Uruguay international Barcelona guy? I wouldn't be surprised if he goes with a Rojo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'll be surprised.
Yeah. Good, he's got options though, isn't it? Because if Rojo comes on and he's not sparkling or anything, then he's still got Xhaka who can come on. So that's all I'm saying. It doesn't have to play the same player all the way through unless that player can hold their position and deserves to play the whole game.
I reckon the Xhaka will be better if he knows in his mind already he's starting Sunday, and that other lad, he's probably got enough experience to handle coming on for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or whatever it is. That's how I look at that.
I agree, JK.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to go down that road either. That like players, I don't want to go because that leads to he isn't playing well because he doesn't start every week. It's not that he only plays well because he knows he's starting. Like they can play well in or out. It's not that gives the excuse. Well, he can't be expected to play well because he doesn't know if he's going to start.
You know what it is, because enough games where he's done that already. So they've done it once and it worked out. That's all I'm going with. Because we're not
Yeah,
in
I
that
mean,
sort
but
of.
it's like it doesn't like you can't say you can only play well if you know you're starting.
But they're
No.
That's
both
what it is.
new. They're both new, and I just think,
Day,
you know,
he's starting on Sunday. So
yeah,
mentally, he's ready for that.
I just think, you know,
Yeah,
like,
mentally ready for it, but
I'm like old school. I just think if you come on and you play well, that's you playing the next time until you don't play well and somebody takes your place.
It's true, but again, it's down to Areola. He might have a different mindset. He might just say, you know what, although both has come, Arejo, Ronald is more fitter than Jacquet at the moment. Even though Jacquet had a good game, he might start him. Listen, I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered who starts. If I'm honest, as long as they're good and solid, that's all I care about. And in
Yeah.
terms of a defender coming off, I think we should only really reserve that unless they really have this thinker. Like Kwanzaa did, Slot said, you know what? And then he said, what was it? Who's it against? Ipswich. That
Ipswich.
was it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But apart from that, just let them be whoever it is. I'm not bothered. Like I'll start Arayo personally, but I really don't care. I'm not bothered. If Jackie starts, happy either way. So
I can see these two getting called Jacket and Geronimo. Like the people who
yeah,
call
no,
like
it's
me.
just like you've got to be ready. If you're not playing, you got to be ready.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to come in. You might not be starting. You might not know you're starting, but in
Yeah.
2 games time, you might be starting. So like I know it's just I can't. You can't say someone can't play well because they don't know they're starting. They have to be ready to play well when it comes in. So it can't be, oh, well, this guy didn't play well. Sure, well, sure, he doesn't start. He's not a guaranteed starter. No, man, you got to be ready to come in when you get your chance and play well. It's not, I can't give a player an excuse like that where it's like, well, he didn't know he was going to start every week, so you can't expect him to play well.
But
Players don't start every week.
would you think that, like Arojo's been told, right, you're coming in, we need you as a starter, or
Oh, he's been
Jacquet, or
told.
do you think they've been told, you're coming in and whoever's playing best, you will get games, but it'll be up to the manager? Do you think any of them think that they're automatic starters?
No, I still think it's a meritocracy. It's one of the few meritocracies left out there is sport, really. It doesn't matter if your dad owns the football club. If you're not good enough to start, you won't start. The best players will start. Players that do the best in training. I mean, Jackie and Leone, they'll not expect him to come to this club and be first team starters. It's Liverpool Football Club. Jack is 20. He's like, yeah, I've got a career here. I'm going to be here for the next 5, 6 years. Am I going to be pissed off if I don't start immediately? No, it's Liverpool Football Club. I'm 20 years old. Araujo, definitely he's got the chops to play for a big club. It's not going to be overwhelming for him, but it's still a big step up, or it's a different step. So I would be putting the experienced guy in and watching Jackie then come in after that. But I don't know, but it's there's nobody been told you will start other than the kind of accept. Look, obviously Virgil is going to start, and I think it might be right between the two of these guys, either fight it out. But even if you don't fight it out, you'll get enough game time between Araujo and Jackie. They can both start 20 games easily across all competitions, easily. And that's plenty for both of them. Like I said, if you put Leone or Jacquet into a high intensity 3 games a week Liverpool, they're it's not about technical ability. Their minds won't be able to take it. It's too much. Mentally, it's too much to ask of young players to play Man United at the weekend, Madrid during the week, Everton after that. Then we have a run of Villa away, Chelsea away, and Arsenal at home. Can you do that week in, week out, day in, day out? Young kids can't do that. That's where they'll be found out. Not quality wise, not ability wise. Just the stress, the mentality of trying to play all those big games week in, week out. You can't ask young kids to do that because they'll fall off massively. At some point, they'll have 6 bad games. You know, he looks great against Como. Look at him, he scored a goal. He's not going to do that every week. You know, he's a good young player, but you got to ask people with the mentality to go to the Burnabout, to go, who are we going to get in the Champions League? Can you go to Highbury, or can you go to whatever they call it now, and then can you go away to Roma and win that game and then come back and play Everton in a big game? It's all about what's between your ears now at this stage. And you can't ask young kids to do that week in, week out. They're going to drop off. And then people will be complaining that he's not that good. No. 20-year-old centre-halves, come on. I know footballers are getting younger. I know that. But 19 and 20-year-old centre-halves, no.
Then he'll be accused of being rubbish. But yeah, just have to let them be. I mean, there's plenty of time. Jackie and Leone, they've got plenty of time to be their first team regulars. You know what I mean? This is a
2,
long
3
term.
years now. 2, 3
Yeah.
years. They're dominating the Premier League, all being well.
Agree. They'll be our first choice pairing without a doubt.
But in the meantime, there's trophies to be won. How many trophies can you win in 2, 3 years? A lot.
Yeah.
So as they're coming along, that's great. They come along, but we also do what we're there to do in the first place, which is compete, win trophies, attempt to win trophies. You know, we can't just say, "Oh, it's fine." Like, why did we bring in this coach? Oh, he's a guy that brings through young kids. He's like, no, man, that's what he did at Bournemouth. That's what he's at Liverpool to do. Not at Liverpool to bring through unheard of kids. No, not what you're here to do. He said himself, I'm here to compete. We're here to compete for trophies and win trophies. It's Liverpool. That's what you do. I have to change what I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, great. He was able to bring through young kids at Bournemouth and sell them on for big money. That's all what Liverpool need. Liverpool need a coach that can win trophies. So Russell is saying he's a link manager. Russell is saying he's not the coach. He's the link between the previous coach and the next coach. You know, I would have thought Arne Slot to me was obviously that, like, nobody wants the guy to be the guy that follows Jurgen Klopp. So you follow Arne Slot, not Jurgen Klopp. So I don't know, is he a role a link coach to what? Like to Hansi Flick, to Enrique? Is that what you mean? I don't, Russell, like you're saying he's a link coach, but I don't know if we're even going to do that.
Yeah.
Are we going to go from him to the thing? So it'd be interesting to know what you mean by that. Yeah, there's loads of top talent in that area as well. They're getting younger, but you do need there's nothing better than experience at centre half. Nothing better than experience. It's priceless. You know, even these kids will tell you, I shouldn't be starting for Madrid. I shouldn't be starting for blah, blah, blah. You know, I need 2-3 years to develop. You know, you got these freaks of nature like Heisen and all that, whatever, but the average 20-year-old centre half will know they're not ready to start for the week in, week out for Manchester City, for Liverpool. Because you're asking too much of them. Every time they misplace a pass, imagine, misplaces a pass. Xhaka, first game of the season, misplaces a pass, leads to a goal, we lose 1-0. What's everybody going to be talking about?
Missed his pass, he's not ready, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the big time now. It's a big spotlight. You can't ask these guys to do it every single week. You need big players around them. We got Virgil, Araujo.
Yeah.
That's what we've got now. That's what we've got. That's what we have Van Dijk with him. Yeah, I know, man. I know. But that's what I'm saying. We've only got Van Dijk now coming towards the end of his career. Araujo coming in on a loan. But after that, it's all kids. We need some more experience long term. Because if VBD leaves next year, the gap is so big between the young kids who will be top players and the 35-year-old Virgil. You know, that's why I would like them to have bought somebody in that Araujo role rather than. But we won't do that. We won't continue. But listen, guys, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. Definitely. Everyone's heading off doing their own thing.
So
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Irola link coach. I don't know where he wants to go with that, but maybe to Enrique or Flick or something like that.
Yeah.
Which I'd be fine. Look, if Irola comes in and does 2 years, and Abdul, how are you, mate?
Peace
I don't
out,
do
mate.
something. I don't. What would you do? Maybe competes a bit, and then someone comes in. But like I say, Isaac and Verts, man, they're not here to be project players, are they? They're not here to
No,
wait
it's
and see
now
what
whenever,
happens
yeah.
in years.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
So yeah, we don't need to dial down the expectations too much. It's been done a bit.
Yeah, of course not.
You know,
I've
it's
seen
been,
it a bit too much. We're still Liverpool, you know what I mean?
exactly. Oh, we can't compete with Arsenal if they go
Yeah.
for Barcelona. What are we doing? Come on.
That's doing my net in that one. The amount of Liverpool fans jumping on the Arsenal bandwagon. I'm like, come on. We're Liverpool Football Club. They didn't beat us last season. We beat them and got a draw. We weren't great. Champions League, we smashed on Premier League, everything. But our charity shields, they got more charity shields than us. Yeah, man. Come on. I'm looking forward to the game Sunday. What do you think Sunday, quickly, score-wise? Like, or do you reckon we'll get the win? I just
That
got a feeling we're going
Newcastle
to get a
team
win.
has been destroyed, man. That Newcastle team
Yeah.
has been absolutely ripped to shreds.
It has, man. Their two best midfielders gone. Bang.
And what have they done? They brought in
The Ajax reborn guy. He's only 18.
Like today, a Bosnian, I think.
Yeah, he's a right back, I think, or no, left back. I
Is
think.
it left back?
One of the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who else then? No one really.
what have they
Gordon's
done?
gone.
Have they done any business?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they bought, what's his name? Traore.
No, Toure, the guy they got that guy. Yeah, Toure.
Looking at buying Nico Gonzalez, actually. They're in talks.
Saw that. Yeah, I won't be saying no. But, yeah, right now, no Bruno, no Tonali, no Gordon, all gone in the same window.
Mm-hmm. So for me, we
No
got to win now.
midfield replacements, really, from what I can see, yet.
Oh, they got Bamba. I forgot about him. He's quite decent. From Monaco.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you'd have to.
But he's young, though. That's the thing. He's young. The two midfielders they got, they're both young, 18 and 20. They're potential. They're all potential.
Only one like needed, guys. Only one like for the 50.
Yeah, we're not leaving till we get that 50. That's it, that 50. Come on.
Gordon didn't play for ages. Calvary Barnes. Well, look, yeah, but he left this summer, is all I'm saying. So Gordon has left this summer. Tonali's left this summer. Bruno's left this summer.
That was the heart and soul of the team.
Yeah, well, if you
Bruno
add in
and-
Isaac, in the previous year, they lost Isaac, Gordon, Tonali, and Bruno in the same year, basically.
The same year, yeah. That's big.
Yeah, Bruno and Tonali, that's mad.
Oh, that's
Giving
huge.
them-
That's one of the best midfields in the last.
I
Like,
wonder
that's
how
a
they-
great midfield.
Yeah, cup finals, top fours, Champions League. No wonder Hadi Howe left or whatever, just because they didn't enough, mate. But what's the point? They're gonna one players ago and he said, "Screw this."
We should beat them. I think we should.
We should.
Yeah, we're undercooked.
That's the key.
We're undercooked. I think we're massively
Yeah, but
undercooked.
I just feel the
But
last
they're
3
also
games
undercooked.
has
They're
given me
even
a bit
more
of heart.
undercooked than us.
When the last 3 games, it's gave me a bit of heart. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say, oh, we're gonna Because I know a lot of fans are moaning about the signings. We ain't got any this, that, and that. But this game's on Sunday, and with the players we've got in our squad right now, we've got to beat them. It's like there's no ifs or buts about it. And I think Ariola's that type of guy. He will get that win.
We try for it, no doubt. Try for it.
He'll
Try and go and win
I
that
like this
game.
manager. I like his attitude. He's good, man.
Sweet, yeah. I think they're a
Anthony,
team
what do
in
you reckon, bro?
disarray. They're a team in disarray, man. They really are. Who's even going to be their striker?
The
Waltemata is.
attitude they showed when Isaac left. They were acting like they were some big team and stuff. I was like, yo, the guy wants to move on and win things. You lot have won a Coca-Cola Cup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on. Let's be serious now.
But I did say, I said to JK, when Bruno leaves, that's when you know it's over. Because he was embedded in that. He was like, he loved it there. He wanted, you know, he didn't want to go. He wanted to win there, and he was loved there. All that stuff. He did brilliant. He was immersed himself in the local community, all that stuff that he talked about. So I was like, yeah, Gordon can go, Tonali can go, but when he goes, that's when you know you're screwed. And what are they doing? Talking like they haven't signed a single player that anybody else was really interested in. We had a look at that tour. They got short, no problem. But they've done absolutely nothing.
No.
They finished what, 12th, 11th, or 12th?
Yeah.
And they lost two of the best midfielders in the Premier League in the last 5-6 years, Tonali and Bruno. Like, if that had been playing for Man City would have been just as good. If that had been playing for us, that Bruno and Tonali midfield was special. Perfect little combination. And now this guy's gone to Tottenham.
Can't believe it.
Tottenham.
Can't believe it. That was a
Not Real Madrid, not Bayern, not Barcelona. Tottenham.
And the price 100. Like, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. The Saudis don't like having their shiny things taken off them. So the way that they just like, do you remember the way they made it like the world's most difficult thing to get Isaac off them when we wanted to buy him? And then a year later, when they realized they're screwed, oh, Bruno, you want to go? Okay, off you go. Oh, Tonali, you want to go to Tottenham? Okay, off you go. No problem.
No problem.
Gordon, you want to go to Barcelona? Off you go. Didn't even stand in their way, because last year they were thinking, no, we're a big club. We're a big club. Trying to stand in their way. It just shows you in a year's time, they've gone from thinking to not really giving a crap anymore. Like, forget it. Yeah, fuck it, sell them. Because they're out. The Saudis are out. They are out. They are not going to be in Newcastle in 5 years. Because if they were, they would not. They would have. Yeah, fuck it. Don't care anymore. Yeah, we realize we can't game the system. We can't come in and spend £1 billion. So all these guys want to leave. They didn't even try and stand in Tonali's way. Bruno,
what's his name? They let Elliot Anderson go sort of cheap.
Well, that was a PSR thing, yeah. Anderson and Minte. They had Anderson and Minte. Anderson and freaking Minte. They sold them for basically 60 million. The two of them. And now Elliot Anderson's gone for 120 and Minte probably cost you 80. And they sold them so they didn't have to sell Anthony Gordon, who they ended up selling anyway.
For 60.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't think Newcastle are done, man, they're done. The Saudis are out. They're gone. They're not going to be here in 3 or 4 years' time. They're buying kids and nobodies. People that like Aston Villa and Sheffield United and Sunderland are trying to buy. That's the people that are buying now. Just shows you Jeff Bezos can be worth all he wants. You can't just pump the money in. But yeah, listen, we'll head off there, lads. Thanks, JK. Thank you to Nolante and Bernie, and Paul Smith was in and Joe was in. Thank you, Ollie. We hit the 50. Thank you very much. That's all we need. We hit the 50. We can go. Thanks, guys. See you all again. Hopefully soon. Hopefully tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have much more news than we do right now. But Ethan Ranieri to Liverpool, if that happens, you know, get your tinfoil hats on or whatever it is. That's going to be a big one if it does happen. But who knows? Who knows? Thank you. Thank you, guys. See you soon.